Shimbalabim balabim unmuted. Hey everybody, how you doing? It's been a little bit. Unfortunately, as ever, life conspires to make things difficult for all of us, as can be attested pretty much immediately, audibly, and visibly. How you all doing?
Yeah.
I got a nice cup of tea in hand. It is warm and muggy today, and technology just never ceases to insist upon itself. So, Jules will not be able to make it today, as unfortunately real life has decided to hit him probably the hardest out of all of us. And Jake is, if you'll forgive, going through some audio technical issues. I don't think it's
Yes, I
the
sound I sound like I'm in the marshmallow room.
yeah, apparently that or like Xbox Live. Um, so a little bit muffled, but not completely blown out. I think you're still understandable. I hope so. Also, hello,
Yeah.
poor Valis. Welcome in.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
So yes, if you'd be so kind, poor Wallace, if you're still there, or do you prefer Wallace, or you tell me what you prefer. If you'd be so kind, let us know if things are too loud. If Jake is difficult to understand, I'll try and tweak things on my side.
Indeed.
Okay, right. So where we left off last time, the party had encountered Meatball, the Meat the Ball, known as Meatball. At least, known as Meatball to the snail. According to Meatball, he did not have or did not remember his name. After a bit of a lengthy bit of conversation back and forth, and the best attempt at hospitality that a giant, wobbly green ball of meat with 10 tentacles could achieve, with a few notable events happening, including potential psychic break on a couple of occasions, Siren getting poisoned, and let's see. Karia once more defaulting to caveman speak. They managed to get on Meatball's good side enough that he agreed to, rather than fighting them to the death and ripping them apart painfully and then optionally eating them, to engage in a duel of wits. And is now lying dead, defeated in the corner. Every once in a while, he swoons dramatically. Now in front of you, looming high above, reaching a good 30 feet up to the ceiling, are two massive metal doors. Chico, being a metallurgist of her own, struggles to identify the composition of what makes up this door. It is warped, is crisscrossed with dark veins. The brickwork next to it is likewise somewhat twisted and seeped through with this dark purple suffusion. And according to Vair, who rolled very well on a perception check, in fact, Nat 20'd it for a whole total of 27, took a sniff at the door and came to the conclusion that this smelled like Lydia's basement. And not because of the robots that were down there, but because of what was the remains of the breach into the plane of shadow. And with that, I put action into the hands of the players.
All right then. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose.
Indeed. Vark. As tempting as it would be for me to lead down and see what treasures lie behind this door, whatever's left, I believe you may be the expert on what may be down here, and thus take the lead.
I cannot tell you what lies beyond the door. I can only tell you it's nothing good.
Well, if it is of your home plane, much like some of these
And it's
creatures.
nothing good.
Well then, I suppose there's no getting around it then. He'll turn back to the rest of the group. Nothing good, everyone. Nothing good.
Yeah, no kidding.
I suppose then I will just open the door.
Flick has his hand on his rapier.
The place I once called home. It's many things, but hospitable and kind to its denizens it is not. You've seen what kind of creatures live in it, aside from me.
Very much
I'm
so.
not going to assume that they locked someone like me behind these doors. Expect a fight. Expect a monster. Or multiple.
Thus
Well,
spoke Lark.
if there's no getting around it, we can only go forward. I will open the door.
Backwards looks really good today, but who am I to judge? Let's go forward.
Plant your hands flat on the massive metal doors. And I would like anybody who wants to attempt a strength check to force this door open.
Can somebody roll that for me, please? I'm not on my
Can
computer.
do.
I have to run it.
I'll try to help Karya, I guess.
May.
Likewise, yeah.
Karya rolls a 29 on his strength.
Huh. Right, put your elbows into it.
Vark is helping.
He actually is, because he rolled above a
Sure
10.
am.
Yeah, he's just barely helping.
Just barely, but I am.
Shaiko is too much of a weenie.
Also, look how that's in order: 29, 21, 19, 11.
in descending order.
Yeah.
Quick, Mallory, roll a 3.
Actually, yeah, it's but yeah. Two are exactly.
Oh
Oh my
no.
god, I called it! Okay, so since that's an ability check, you can actually nat 1 that. So
Mallard just kind of puts his hand up to the door and says, "Open." Open sesame.
Open sesame.
Oh,
Well, I got
so yeah, so Karya puts his body into it, throwing his weight, his shoulder, his hands, everything he has into it, and he is leading the charge on this, and he is a good portion of why the doors begin to shift. Kanabos behind him comes in and plants his shoulder against the door, pushing. The door groans with the effort, the warped metal, long since having twisted itself, digging into the floor beneath it, resisting with a screech of hatred at the very thought of being moved. Flick comes in as well, assisting, pushing, trying to jiggle the door to try and get it out of the ditch it's warped itself into. Vark likewise tries his best, adding just that little bit extra that's needed to get it over that brink. And once it's past that, it begins to move more smoothly. And Mallory is in there, pushing himself through the throng, up against the door, plants himself against it, and then the door, in the last moment, just as he's about to lean his full weight into it, pushes open the rest of the way, and he falls forward onto his face.
Ugh.
You need help there, or
Mallory, as you transgress the threshold, Mallory passing the threshold seems to trigger something. As you see, first you hear, those of you who are did not get a direct look in, you hear there's torches in the corners. There's blue. They glow with an unearthly blue hue, casting a further deep shadow. Even the light here seems tainted by the darkness that seeps into everything here. But still, illuminated it does. As the whole room is thrown into sharp relief, harsh, inky black shadows cast by the pillars split into many smaller, faded, semi-opaque shadows. In the middle, you see what looks to be some sort of hexagonal altar on a raised platform with what look to be a couple of stairs that wind around it, coming up to it. The platform itself raised as a dais, perhaps 5-10 feet off the ground. Hello, Ari. Welcome in. You see what look to be reliquaries or some sort of altars or ritual pedestals with candles and other such repurposed coffins, sarcophagi set into recesses and alcoves that are bedecked in ritual paraphernalia, which would, of the occult nature, may take some identification. And then on the far side of the room, betwixt two lit torches, is a massive stony throne with a great edifice of a humanoid skull affixed to the top of it, spikes jutting out of it, menacing with sharp and morbid intensity. And slumped in the throne, seemingly just barely, not oozing, dripping, falling out of it, is a mass kept in a vaguely humanoid shape of living shadow. Vark.
Holy Dark Lord, Batman.
Vark,
I am here.
you see this. And you may give me either a history, or you may attempt a knowledge local without your usual penalty. What you roll will determine the results you get.
Can I guidance him?
Sure. I'll allow it. As you take the time to cast upon him, you see him seemingly focusing on something, and while you're casting the spell and Vark scrutinizes, you see this form slumped in the throne, barely visible past the raised dais, muttering to itself about something or other.
The total of 25.
For a total of 25. The nature of the plane of shadow is fluidity. It is strange. It is amorphous. It is also bland, colorless, cold, and almost inimicably hostile, even to its native residents. Some theorize this is a result, as the shadow plane is a reflection of the material, of the hostility and the danger of everyday life, and the material condensed down into a smaller microcosm. And if that is the case, the figure you recognize ahead of you is the condensation of every tyrannical ruler, every despot, every slave taker, and every mad conqueror on the material plane, given form as a bastard race of cruel and unusual creatures. You recognize this, knowing that they were once something greater, though to use that word gives them perhaps a little bit too much charity. Because the history of the Plane of Shadow was once one of tyrannical rule and hegemony. You, your people, as much as they can be considered as much, were once upon a time, though it beggars belief, even worse off than they are now. Back when they were under the thumb of a race of terrible and powerful and vicious creatures known as the Nihiloi. Sometime in the last few centuries, they had been destroyed, cast out. The records are unclear. Unfortunately, the history of the Shadow Plane is not one that is well tracked, well documented. Unsurprisingly, not many within the Plane of Shadow show much interest or enthusiasm for the hobby. A lot of it is passed down by oral folktale. But what they speak of is how many, many, many years ago, these tyrants started to lose power, overthrown, disappearing, dying, dispersing. They became something of a faded memory, sometimes just cast out to the furthest edges of the Plane of Shadow, no longer with the means to rule it. And so they fell mostly out of public memory, besides as boogeymen and bad stories that keep you up at night. But for all the stories you read and you heard that your mother and your father told you, you cannot mistake the figure ahead of you. Muttering, slumped over the throne, tattered, shadowy wings, curved, horn-like protrusions, and glowing red eyes, burning with hatred, is one of the Nihiloi, somehow, here on the plane of the material world.
What exactly is it, Vark?
Out of character, I'm about to. I'm contemplating doing something really stupid.
Uh,
Creature, seemingly reacting to the lights now blazing to life, jerks. Its murmurs become more muddled but also louder, and it stirs and its head wavers and bobs left and right as if the thing was drunk. Brings light into my tummy. Brings light. What cursed creature disturbs my rest? Oh,
Why are we owing? The roll 20 didn't load for me. I had to reload.
Vark casts Coin Shot, which is a spell we haven't seen for a while.
Yeah, we haven't seen that for quite some time.
As for why Meatball is dead, Ari, he's very dead. Don't you see? He's very very dead there in the corner.
Yeah, we
Is he
chopped
just-
him up into tiny little pieces.
Is he just mean like, dead?
He's occasionally dramatically swooning.
I knew it.
What dust. Unless stopped, of course, by something. Other than that, I'm going to roll an attack roll. And now I have to consider my one for this.
I'm glad you were worried for his well-being, Ari. I'm glad that not just the players got attached to him.
So it's my general range. Is that? Then distance 100 feet,
That is 5 range increments.
80 above the increment. That's -4. Then it's -2 from deadly aim. And it's +4 from the target. Here. Yeah.
Mm. Okay. Is that with the range increment penalties then?
Yes, it is.
Because that would be a total of -8.
Is it -8?
It's 5 range bands, and you have a range band of 20 feet.
Don't forget that the first one is free, so it's actually 80 feet, but
True.
above the threshold.
True. So it's a minus. What do you call it? -6, which is in there. Okay. Versus a 29. 29 versus his AC. Maybe gross looking, but he has a heart of gold and a weird mind. Yeah, that's pretty much him in a meaty nutshell. What kind of coin are you shooting?
Copper.
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 Okay, that is. Let's see. What did you roll? You rolled an 18. So unfortunately, it does not crit. Copper coins deal D4 points of damage.
Kind of silver, if that matters.
Oh, it's silver.
I chose copper for something else.
Gotcha. Okay, so you hit it with a silver coin. Vark hopped up on something today. It's probably not that that pizza chocolata he hit himself with back up in the trial of sacrifice. Marches into the chamber as the thing rages, adjusts to aim around the altar in the middle, and then flicks his thumb as a silver coin streaks a line of silver cutting through the air, impacting the Nihiloi. Roll me your damage.
Plus the damage from the caster level. How much is it? 1 point per 2 caster levels. Okay. So I'm a level 7 casters, so +3.
It's 1d6 plus 3.
And after um, it does not add my strength modifier,
Nope.
since it's not technically a throwing attack like I
Nope.
collect
It
throwing
is
one.
propelled by the spell.
Yep. Yep.
Mm. Where's the additional +4 and +3 come
So it's +3 from caster level.
from? Mm-hmm.
It's +4 from deadly aim, and it's another +4 from study target.
I see.
Coin hurt.
We had learned before that coin do indeed hurt.
The coin streaks across the room in a flash of silver light and then embeds itself in the thing as shadowy ichor splashes. And the coin hangs halfway embedded into its abyssal flesh. It jerks, wobbling.
I've come to pay tribute to a king.
Both ones.
It- Its head still hangs. Its body jerks and wobbles and seems to swim with inconsistency as it remains seated within the throne. Its claw comes up, embeds itself into the throne. You see many shreds and scars in the rock where its claws previously dragged across. See sparks throw up where its nails dig trenches through the armrest. And the thing drags itself up, not onto feet, but what looks to be almost a hanging skirt of shadow. It seems to hover just above the ground. And with a thumb and forefinger, it plucks the coin out of its shoulder and drops it to clatter on the floor. And its eyes finally rise to meet yours, Vark. It's huge. This thing stands taller than Karya. And it looks down at you with a gaze that can only befittingly be described as imperious and maddened. The look of madness in Meatball's eyes might be considered quaint compared with the barely restrained ire and erraticness reflected in those blazing red pupils. Its voice does not shout, but it seems to carry across the shadows of the room itself as it says, "It's been too long since I've had new subjects." Good. And with that, I want everybody to roll initiative. Combat has begun.
Oh, good.
Wasn't this supposed to be a treasure room?
The treasure is death.
I mean, he said there might be treasure in here. Wait, sorry, I didn't throw up the initiative tracker. Oh yeah, it added you guys automatically. Very nice.
Not 20 for 27.
Wow, my rolls have been really bad for initiative lately. What did I even roll? A 2.
Got to erase the previous initiative order. There we go. That should be the proper initiative. Gonna make sure to roll these two. Okay, roll 20. Please play ball today.
No.
No.
For the spellcasters in particular, I might recommend potentially. For those of you with many items and many spells on your sheet, I might recommend trimming those down and keeping them in a separate document, because I think that might be contributing to why some sheets take forever to load.
Yeah.
Mine doesn't really take too long to load anymore.
I don't think you have that many spells on yours.
I have quite a few spells, but yeah, still doesn't take too long.
Give me either.
Okay,
I have a crap ton of stuff.
then I may be incorrect. Next, we have Kit. Initiative. Oh. Okay. Okay. Now I get to roll initiative.
Oh yeah. By the way, if it wasn't clear, I chose copper for the coin as a literal insult added to injury.
Okay.
Good.
You know, kind of tired of you.
At least if we die, I blame you. Joke.
Oh man, this initiative order is kind of cursed.
Yeah.
It's so spread out.
Okay. I could go out of my ways. Could go. Okay. I mean, I wasn't currently talking. But yes, I was concentrating on getting the initiative rolls out. But yes, I could get some tunes in here, but I don't necessarily think that would be a good idea because I could mess up the audio balancing. Feel free to put something on in the background. That goes to all the listeners. Yeah, that's unfortunately that's probably either my chair creaking or my fan blowing wind into my microphone because I need the fan on because holy crap, it is sweltering in here.
Air conditioning is a blessing.
All right,
For
time
those
to
who-
start. Time to start playing Wrath of the Machine in the background
There, I am now shirtless. Good.
as music.
Quest
Hear that,
noises
everybody?
is your background track. There you go. All right.
Wrath of the Machine shall be my background track.
So, to kick things off, I'm also going to make sure I have Chaiko and Kit's sheets open so they can participate. That way you guys are not robbed of a participant in the fight. Don't know why Chaiko's sheet always takes for fucking ever. Maybe it's a combination of having a lot of items and a lot of spells. I don't know. I just imagine it's a lot of things that the sheet is calling up and referencing. Right. Right, also, as I should do, as you can see him now,
Oh yes, you know what? Close enough. Welcome back, Tenebrous Darkwing.
Hannah versus Darkwing.
oh man, you're gonna wish. Actually, no, you'll be happy it's not Tenebrous Darkwing because he's not some friggin' what do you call it, Mary Sue. Instead, this thing is absolutely killable for a certain measure of kill. Speaking of which, the Nihiloi not so much strides as surges like a dark tide forward. It itself does not cast a shadow even with the light behind it. All the light seems to do is make it almost a little bit transparent. The thing is darkness made manifest. It only partially here. Those familiar with shadow invocation magic know that it is used often to make semi-real imitations of other spells, and also as a in lieu kind of substance to substitute for when you do not have something else. It is usually used as an insubstantive substitute, which would track, especially given what you guys have learned about Vark and his summoning. Though how it's here extant is about as well explained as why Vark is here, in the flesh, bleeding red. You know, when he does bleed.
Dark, you bleed.
I
I
mean,
will.
yes, there's a bookmark back in the Quadranon that says as much.
That's true.
Tell me, do you bleed?
One claw comes up and it points to Vark. Simple currency doesn't do as tribute, thrall. Now, obey. And from Vark, I'm going to need a will save.
I was gonna say I was hovering over my will save button.
Yep.
Alright. I am going to spend inspiration on this for D6 bonus.
Of course.
Straight ahead. Ugh.
Oh no.
I would like
Maybe.
to. I'd like to use Unity for that.
What does Unity do?
It allows. Here, I'm gonna put it in here so we can read it.
Total of 18.
Whenever a spell or effect. Wait, is this a spell or effect targeting
Yes.
Vark? Whenever a spell or effect targets you and one or more allies within 30 feet, you can use this ability to allow your allies to use your saving throw against the effect in place of their own.
Each ally must decide individually before the rolls are made. If this ability is an immediate action, you can use this ability once per day at 8th level and one additional time per day at cleric levels. I'm going to say
Does that apply?
no, because he has already made the roll, unfortunately.
Ah,
You cannot do it after the fact, which is just as well as even with your will save bonus. How much does it come up to?
my will save bonus. It's a plus 11.
So that would come up to a 21.
Although it doesn't say. Never spell effect. Even more allies within 30 feet, you can use this ability to allow your allies to use your saving throw against the effect in place of their own. It doesn't specify whether you have to say it before or
It says
after.
right there in the text box, right after that, each ally must decide individually before
Individually
the rolls are
before.
made.
Oh, before the rolls are made. Okay.
Right. So, unfortunately, total of 18 does not do it.
Fortunate.
The claw wavers back and forth in front of your eyes, Mark. And everything seems to pull away for a second. And your eyes follow the wavering tip of the claw closely, watching it. And then you can't look away. And you become dominated. Many centuries have left me hungry, Thrall. Butcher some meat for me, why don't you? Why don't you start with the people behind you?
Yes. My king.
Good, Thrall. You know your place now. Flick. Vark begins to turn. And he's not looking at you very nicely.
Flick's ear, true to his name, once again twitches as he locks onto Vark and kind of looks in between Vark and the fella in the back there, and just turns to the other and says, "Focus on the king. I'll take care of Vark." And he will move up to Vark's position, and I'll attempt to grapple Vark.
Oh,
Okay, okay.
I don't believe you have improved grapple, do you?
I do not, so this is
This
going to
will-
be very
this-
interesting.
This will provoke an attack of opportunity.
I don't have my rapier drawn yet, actually, so at best I can punch him.
Try and punch me.
Did you still have that feat on that makes your punches lethal?
I don't actually.
Oh, good.
Fortunately,
Because you
for
would
us
because
right
because
now-
Vark what might have just almost given Flick the Mitra special.
So here's the funny part. Well, actually, no. I was thinking of a 3.5 ruling. It's all good. I'm gonna roll my attack. This will be just a simple melee attack from me, so no bonuses here. I can't study you because I used my super action last turn. Hmm. I opened the combat with that Zazzle, so I can't use it now. Okay. So this will be. Oh, well.
Well, that misses.
Okay. You swing and you miss. Nat 1, actually. I'm going to allow
Yep.
that to give a circumstantial bonus on the grapple attempt.
Okay.
leaving himself wide open for you.
So for grappling, it is just a strength check.
It's a
Or-
combat maneuver
Okay.
Yeah.
Combat maneuver.
versus his combat maneuver defense. What is Vark's CMD?
My CMD is 25.
That beats it,
Ah!
even without the bonus. As you take him into a grapple.
Yeah.
You two are now in a grapple with Flick in control.
If Flick just runs up to Vark, Vark tries to throw a punch. Flick just kind of sidesteps it, and I tackle him to the ground and then try and pin his arm behind his back.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
Vark, it's your turn.
Okay. Oh boy. All right.
Hmm.
In your mind, you hear a voice. Come on, dredge folk. You know you should be trying a little bit harder than that. Come on.
You bastard. Oh yeah. Yep. Fine. Um.
Because Dominate establishes a telepathic link.
Yep. I'm just torn between trying to attack him or just trying to break free. Really.
As your rapier is a one-handed weapon, you can use it in a grapple, and would probably be more lethal than attempting to
Yeah.
break the grapple.
That's the thing. Yeah. That being said, it's not light, so I can't use it, but I can use my
You
dagger.
can, I believe, you can use it so long as it's one-handed.
That's
Well,
You
matters
can
is
use
the light
light or
property.
one-handed weapons against a creature within your reach.
Ah,
Oh,
man,
well
rip Flick.
Yeah, that ruling implies that there is a light two-handed weapon out there somewhere.
A really big
Just start
stick.
looking.
the grappling greatsword, as one
Ah,
would normally
yes.
use.
Yes, my grappling flamberge.
I mean, arguably, if someone's like grappling onto you, you can like just use it as like a saw, like move it up and
True.
down.
But you probably also cut yourself with that, if we're going to be honest.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I'm going
Reloading
down. You're
over.
going with me. It begins to seesaw the blade between you, threading open your chests.
You've heard of scissoring. Now get ready for sawing.
Oh God, yeah. Whoop. That's a mental
Yeah,
image.
okay,
Yeah,
let's move on from
I've
that thought immediately. Okay. However, I am pretty sure I'm taking a penalty on the attack roll, right?
1 second. I have the grappling rules open. Da, 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 da. Blood flow takes a -4 penalties on the combat removal. If you're successfully grappling. Da, da.
Is a grappled condition for details. Okay, Pathfinder, fine. I'll look up another page.
Another condition. Grappled. Here we go. I found it. -4 to dexterity, -2 to penalty. -2 penalty to attack rolls. And
Okay,
CMB.
so that's
That's
a
a combat
total of -4 then to my
Your attack?
attack roll. Since I care of dex. Okay. Okay. Those attacks. One is normal. Study target. Then -4 again. So that negates it because it's of the grapple. Deadly aim. Let's say -2. Yeah, -2, -2. For +4 damage. Power attack, not deadly. Study target on top of it.
Watch everybody as I perform a magic trick where I try to make the party kill each other again.
Rope confirmed.
That's there then. Now, this will be unfortunately a full attack. So it's 2 attacks.
Alright.
Man, imagine if I'd waited until he got hasted.
Oh god. Um. That's for target on grapple. Yep, that should be everything. Oh, ignore that haste attack. I forgot to turn that off.
Okay.
So
Imagine
18 and 21.
Neither of those will hit.
All right.
Hey,
So
I think
Vark?
I believe because
yep,
can you use inspiration on attacks?
I can.
Go ahead and use one on the second attack.
Okay. 25.
oh no.
As the eyes of the Nihiloi flash and the
Ow.
blade readjusts mid-stab and then sinks home into Flick's abdomen, dealing 18 points of piercing damage. And
Yeah.
the blade fills with Flick's life essence.
As the blade buries itself into his side, Vark pulls Flick closer. You should have drowned like your sister said.
Oh,
Now that
don't
said,
play remind me.
being forced to do an action that is against your nature is in the rules of the spell. Make me another save.
I will save. Okay.
Yes. And if Siren wants to this time use Unity to help with this, now is an opportune moment.
Please.
She is holding the
Please.
paper with the thumbs up.
Okay? She will use her once per day
Vark's
Unity.
fighting me.
Vark, you now have a +11 to your will instead of your +8.
All right. I use inspiration that as well. Let me deduct that really quick from my counter. Where are you? There you are. Okay, so that is a 23
23.
and 27.
Vark, though it was only for a few scant seconds, you were locked in the back of your mind, being puppeted and subsumed by the Nihiloid's will. And all the while, You gotta look into its mind. For only a moment, or a few moments. The ramblings, the mutterings, laid bare inside your head. No pictures, only words. Talk of fallen empires, lost dredge workers, much work to do, an eternity shut inside this stone circle beneath these vexing grounds, locked in here forever and ever and ever, and not unlike what Meatball described, the impression of an eternity spent down here, and a fractured, slipping psyche, barely holding on to what essence of its personality it still remembers. And what it remembers is domination, conquest, and that your people, the Fetchling, once had their place beneath him and his kin, and that it was only right that you were to return to him in time. And maybe that thought, the most vexing one, spurs that fire inside you just a bit more, and you break the psychic connection. And you come to with your rapier buried up to the hilt in Flick's side. And the words you should have drowned like your sister said, leaving your lips as you come to the realization of what you've just done.
Ah!
Flick! But no! Yeah!
What the bloody hell's going on you?
How disappointing. They'll come back eventually. Little wayward shadow, little obscura. You fight now, but soon you'll realize where your place in the world is. You'll kneel to your betters, as your forerunners did. But it seems the carrot did not work, and so I must fetch the rod. The sconces blaze once more as they throw more intense shadows into sharp relief. And those shadows cast resolve into figures. As I will trace the shadows are long and drawn, willowy, vaporous, and then all at once substantive as they rise from the ground, taking shape. From the ground rise
dear.
shadowy creatures, formed from nothing but the darkness cast across the ground. That's not correct.
Oh dear.
What?
Oh dear.
There we go.
I was about to say, I think it said Umbral Wisp for like a brief second.
Yep. Anyway, yes.
For some reason, I thought it said Umbral Imp, and I was like, oh god.
Hmm. That would be interesting. These things rise from the floor, taking shape, and they seem listless and wavering in a wind that's not there. But they turn to fix on you, the group, in the doorway. Mallory, your turn.
Oh, that's lovely.
I will say you managed to pick yourself up off the floor while all this was going down, so you are on your feet.
Yeah, kind of was helping me up with
Very
the
nice.
background.
Stand-up guy.
Yeah. So there are two shadows here and two shadows here, right?
Yeah.
Or a shadow here and there.
And then there's one over there, and one over there.
Oh wow, okay, I didn't see those.
Yep.
Oh.
The shadows
I'm
themselves
gonna
seem to
go.
pull off the pillars and then gather up.
I'm just gonna go for the big guy.
I will say he's on a platform that is 10 feet up off the ground.
Okay, so that is 55 feet plus 10 feet. So that is at least 56 feet off the ground. He's 56 feet away from me.
Mhm.
Just about A square plus B square equals C square and stuff like that.
Mm.
Okay. I will. Okay, I think I have something that prevents. Okay. I will use this lead to be able to go against touch AC.
Okay.
I will use. Do I know? Would I know what creature class he is? Like shadow people, right? Like whatever Vark is.
I mean, what is Vark?
Probably outsider? Question mark. But well,
Yeah.
no, I don't know.
Yeah. Then I'll.
If you would like to
I don't
try
know
and
if I can just
identify
do
what
that.
they are, that would be a knowledge check.
Yeah.
All right. I'll do a knowledge. I guess. Knowledge planes.
Okay.
Okay, this is 17.
Well, that is enough to know that if these things really are from the plane of shadow, they would be outsiders.
Alright, then I'll do Bane for outsiders. This one. That's a swift action. And then I will use. See what's.
If it is an outsider, you have to choose what subtype.
Oh god, what subtype? What are the subtypes?
Well, it's depends. There's demons, devils, good outsiders, evil outsiders, chaotic outsiders, lawful outsiders. What do you call it? It'd be typically you'd be guessing either evil and good, chaotic and lawful would usually be what you would be assuming.
Okay. I'll go with evil.
Okay.
I'll go with evil. And then with this one, and then I'll do this. And I will use a. There's so much setup. I should have actually thought of this beforehand.
That said, you can't turn on your judgments because you've used your swift action for your bane.
Ah, right. And then That means I will just shoot. Can I still use a full attack? I did a 5-foot step.
Yes. You have a 5-foot step, and a swift action. Now you may do a full attack if you wish.
Alrighty. This one's against touch AC. 1, 2, and then the last one. Disregard the fourth.
I do believe you have rapid shot, right? So that would be 3 attacks.
Yeah, that would be 3.
Okay. This will be against touch AC.
Oh yeah, and I also have precision damage on top of that. Let me just do. I think I have precision damage on top of that.
Only
No,
these...
no, I don't. I do not.
Oh. Alright, you would not. 2 of those could potentially hit. The second attack will hit.
Okay. Oh no.
22
Against touch?
against touch.
Oh no.
Not everything is a beefcake covered in armor. Some things are quick.
I had my turn.
Polari's thing is within a 10-foot radius, and Mallory just kind of barely fits in there at that count.
I don't believe that helps with attacks.
It does because it adds to your AC, I believe.
We're talking about him attacking the Nihiloi.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought he was talking about. Oh, I thought he was saying like he was getting hit. Okay,
No.
never mind.
So, Mallory rapid fires 3 shots off, the shadow coiling around this thing, leaving it hazy and fluid, makes it hard to get a bead on, as only one of the bullets will hit. As it digs into its shadowy flesh, it explodes with a burst of light that causes the flesh itself to almost recoil away from the shot itself. Ba-ba-ba. Before then, as the expended bullet drops to the floor, out of the cratered flesh, it then starts to slowly reform itself back in. Okay. Polari's turn.
Excuse me. I'm actually just gonna move him right there, and if anything tries to come to Conobus or anyone near him, Polari's gonna try to attack, and that's just gonna be my turn for him.
Okay.
Yep.
Hmm. Okay. Can I click that? No, I cannot. Shame. This one in the far back will slither forth and approach. Dun, dun, dun. How much movement speed does it have? Oh, okay, yeah. It doesn't even slither forth. It flies. As it
Oh.
whisks through the air, then seems to flatten itself against the pillar, and where it touches it, a cloud of darkness blooms. Oh. Okay. Ba-ba-ba. Go. Within that circle is now a cloud of deeper darkness.
Hoo-wee! Okay.
Oh boy.
As a note, this functions like the darkness spell, but creatures with dark vision also cannot see within it. And, it decreases by 2 steps. Does anybody currently have a light source on?
Me.
Had his halo on. Yeah.
Yeah, Siren Cat casted light on her staff, but I don't know if it would have gone out by now.
Uh,
It lasts for 10 minutes per level, so 80 minutes total. I guess it depends how long we spent talking to Meatball.
it was a little bit. Drop 1 step. Here's casting spell. Darkness can be used to counter or dispel any light spell equal or lower spell level. Considering that light is a weaker spell in comparison to deeper darkness, the light spell will be snuffed as a result of the deeper darkness while within it.
Mm-hmm.
And the light itself does not reach into the circle. I believe Mallory's halo is a daylight.
Yeah, daylight.
Oh, wonderful.
Functions like daylight, which is the daylight is the light version of deeper darkness. Is the enhanced version of the light spell. Daylight is cast this one. Daylight brought into an area of magical darkness or vice versa is temporarily negated so that the otherwise prevailing light conditions exist in the overlapping areas of effect. Daylight counters or dispels any darkness spell of equal or lower level, such as darkness, but only when cast on the same object that it has been put onto, I assume. Yes, it has to be put onto an object touched. Daylight brought into an area of magical darkness is temporarily negated, so as a result, Mallory's halo loses, or its light is lost within the gloom. And with that Umbral Wisp ends its turn, and the Nihiloi takes his third one for the round. Does it remind you of home, little thrall? Don't worry, we'll go back there soon someday. With your help, I'm sure that will be so much easier. And with that, but for now, I see we have some unwanted intruders here. Bringing light into my throne room. Should know better than that. As I need a will save from, let's see, but no, I'll save that actually. One moment, sorry. Okay. Mhm. Right, okay. Yeah, because why not? And spellcasters is hard. Well, your best play, Pray Polari helps out here because I need everybody within that circle to give me a reflex save.
Does Siren count?
Mm,
Oh dear.
yes, I would say so.
Okay.
It's very fitting right now that Claire Obscure's battle theme starts playing.
Every time I don't have duck and cover switched in is when you ask me to roll a reflex save.
I'm very sorry. How can I apologize?
Oh!
I'm gonna add my bonuses here. Damn.
Okay.
I need to make a roll for Polari real quick. Hold on. Alright.
Okay.
I think Fire needs to roll too.
That is true. Now, this is gonna get great. Everybody also needs to roll me a will save.
Okay, now
Oh, Lord
Unity for
almighty.
anyone who doesn't trust their own.
I do believe you can only do that once
Will.
per day.
Yeah, I didn't get to use it.
You
No,
used it to
you
help them
said,
break from the
did you not
domination.
hear me?
But you said I didn't use it because I didn't say beforehand.
No, the other one. Did you not hear me?
Is this
Did you not thumbs me up?
What?
is this mind affecting?
Oh, I did. I'm sorry.
Is it mind affecting? No.
Okay, let me add that bonus real quick. Wow. Okay.
Ooh, very nice. Okay. That is... So I need Flick, Siren, Karia to roll me will saves. And also Vair needs to do both reflex and will.
Oh, I totally forgot about Vairs. There we go.
Oh no.
Here's a will from Karia. And here is
Oh,
a
wait.
reflex and a
Okay.
will from Vair.
Okay.
Oh dear.
So everybody that rolled a 20 and over on the will save recognizes this as the shadow evocation spell. And as a result are able to disbelieve the shadowy fireball that he conjures up as a coalescence of black flame gathers amidst the group and then explodes into black fire. Those who managed the will save, so everybody who rolled a 20 and higher, they only take a fifth of the damage. Then anybody that succeeds the reflex save, again a 20 or higher, halves that damage.
Okay.
So Flick,
Alright.
Flick, Mallory, and Vark succeeded on the reflex saves, so you have your damage. And then Kanabos, Siren, Siren, and Mallory succeeded on the will save, so you guys lower to 1/5 of the original.
Does that
Oh.
stack? Is like a
That
half
stacks.
and then 1/5 of that?
Yes.
It does like that.
So that's stack.
No, Polari got the 24 and will, by the way. Combos got 19.
Okay.
And what was the total damage?
The total damage I have yet to roll.
Oh.
What's the damage?
A total of 30 damage.
Oh. Okay.
So half of that is 15.
After that is 15. And then a fifth of that would be 3.
You can't do this. You can't do this.
Wait, a fifth would be 3?
just
Isn't
give
it
it-
30 divided by 5 would be 6?
And then down to half that would be 3.
Also, I'm currently at a wee woo status.
Ah, good.
Yeah.
Wee woo.
Going basically gonna go off and say
Okay.
that Flick being in the grapple currently still did not get out of the way of the explosion. And has been
Yeah.
singed. Yeah. As the shadowy fireball dissipates, leaving a few of you a little more wear for worse. I don't know why the bloody ads are going off so often today. I did not enable that. Anyway, so The thing flicks its wrist and then waves and goes, a start. And that's also to add on top, nobody can say this thing anymore. Because, yeah, the cloud of darkness. Anyway, Kanabos, it's your turn.
So Mallory's sunlight isn't there.
Yes, unfortunately has been snuffed by the deeper darkness.
Okay, then I'm just gonna cast Cure Moderate Wounds on myself because I'm not not I have a lot of second level spells right now. So 15, and I'm just gonna stay there, and I'll end my turn there.
Okay. Nice to be here. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to use a spell. Move the rest of the distance there. That one's going to move in there and attempt to rip into Mallory.
Mallory still has the aura, so you still have that plus
Mhm.
2.
A 18 and a 17.
No, it's not gonna hit.
Okay, it swipes at you. Even blind as you are, you feel the cold claws wisp past you. It's Chico's turn. What could Chico do in this instance? What spells does she have prepared? Mm, could have her cast a magic missile in the darkness. Hmm. You. Let's see. That's not what I meant to do. It's quick. Yeah, I need to do that. Okay. No, I think this is pretty on brand for Chaiko. Full of spit and rage and vinegar. Gonna have. Well, they roll pitifully. How much damage does that do? For caster level, so total of. Okay. Oh, okay. 8. 14, 20, 24, 29, 32. As the Shadow Wisps fail their reflex save. As Chaiko lets loose into the last known location, the Shadow Wisps, and beans them with a lightning bolt.
Nice.
For a split second, there is a there's a tunnel shot through the deeper darkness that leaves behind a momentary streak in anyone's vision. For 32, as she, in one fell swoop, bloodies the shadows. Arya, your turn.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm not muted. Okay, good.
You're not muted.
All right. I have a question. More so a rule clarification.
Mhm.
Because I had meant to mention this earlier, but I had decided on a third spell for Karya to finally properly put in because I had been missing one. But I had not asked the question, and of course now I only remember it. Mirror Strike. How it works is it's basically I can hit 2 opponents within my reach. Does it work? Because it just says it splits a melee attack into 2 attacks. Would that work with a cleave?
And your next turn, when you make your next melee attack roll, compare the result of the AC of 2 opponents within reach.
Because it just says melee attack roll. But a cleave, by all accounts, is a melee attack roll.
Yeah, but what's your question here exactly?
Can I do both at the same time? Can I cleave Mirror Strike?
I mean, you would have to cast Mirror Strike first, and then you would have to make your attack next round, because Mirror Strike takes up your standard action.
That's correct. Yeah, I could potentially swift it. That's okay. Worth a shot. Figured I'd just check.
I mean, if there are
yeah.
2 enemies that are adjacent to each other, you make a strike against the first one, you hit, and then you make a cleave, where you hit with the first one, Mirror Strike activates, you split the damage between the 2 of them, and then you can make a cleave against the adjacent enemy.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. That is actually important.
Yeah, it's whatever's the next first melee attack you make.
Okay. Well then, not that it matters now, because none of them are close, but that is for now at the very least. I will have Vair, whose sheet keeps closing, go ahead and make an attack on this one. We're gonna go the 2 claws with the +2, actually +4 because of Polari being nearby. That is a 22, and then a nat 1.
Stay on brand.
So 22, I will then roll the mischance due to the darkness. Does not proc.
It's nice.
And what is the thing's AC? That does hit.
Nice.
For
That's
13
13 slashing, magical slashing. Yeah.
Okay.
Keeps closing Vair's sheet. Here we go. All right. Still standing, I assume.
Yes.
Sounds about right. Let me just plop this here because this keeps happening. Okay then. Well, then I will power attack. This is at a +6. Because of my feet. We're just going to shpoop, shwoopow, into a. I popped it out. That is a. Well, then it will hit. Just because of the 22 base hit, then a 28 should.
Hmm.
And of course, my second attack was indeed a crit. However, it didn't happen, so I'm not going to look at that.
Oh wait. So the second. Oh, you only make one attack.
Oh well, no, I 5-foot stepped. I actually can do both, can't
Mhm.
I? Yeah, then yeah, it's both. Both actually hit.
The
And
first
at a
one.
plus-
The first one misses due to the concealment of the darkness. You swing wide. Just for record's sake, because you are currently all in total concealment, the enemies get a 50% miss chance on any attacks directed towards them.
That's kind of what I figured.
So anything of 50 and below, unfortunately, results in a miss no matter your roll. The second one, however, connects and confirms the critical as
Oh,
that shadow beast. One second. I seem to have.
Huh.
That is annoying.
that crit is also wrong. I just realized.
Why so?
Great swords are a 3 times multiplier.
No, they're not.
I believe.
They're times 2.
What am I thinking of?
You think of great axes.
Ah, yes, thank you. Sorry.
The swords always have the 19 to 20 crit range.
Yeah, but the
Times
axes hit
multiplier.
harder. That's it. Yep.
Yeah.
There we go.
Also, Grim, welcome in. Yeah, Saturday looks funny on the calendar. Unfortunately, yesterday fell through, so we decided. Right, I should have mentioned that. We're making a makeup session today, and because Peppy is going to be out of reachability for a good few months, we're going to have a double feature next weekend to make the most of the time we have, so we can get Kanabos in a good position where he doesn't suddenly just disappear in the middle of a dungeon.
Yeah.
Also, be a good opportunity to make up for a few of the sessions we missed out on the last few weeks. So yes,
Yeah, that way Kanabos doesn't get abducted by aliens.
I mean that would be a shame, wouldn't it? As that one is as Shadow Spike swings through the darkness, the first one goes wide, but estimating its location and doing another mighty hew. And also based on where you feel Vair's claws dig into, you aim for that and you slice the demon in two and send it dissolving back to wherever it came from.
One down. I think.
Siren,
Hello?
Right. Would daylight dispel this darkness spell because it is of the same level, or would they just counteract?
they, as you can see with Mallory's, it is his is suppressed because it's within a newly formed darkness. If you want to counteract it, because that could work, you have to cast it on the same object or surface that the darkness was cast onto.
And from what it looks like, it was cast on this pillar?
That is correct, yes.
I'd have to get over there. Or wait, no, actually, it is a ranged
No, it's
spell.
object touched.
Oh, it's object touched. Okay. But regardless, Flick is still hurt, I'm assuming, right?
Yes.
More than a few people
but-
got scorched by that shadow fireball.
Yes, but Flick in particular is no longer grappled.
I just removed the symbol because presumably, I mean, he's still kind of grappling because it never declared or it never or can't.
You never said you
yet.
released the grapple, but I do believe you can release a grapple at any time.
But it wasn't on
Yes.
him. It was on Vark when Vark was.
Yes, it was on
dominating.
Vark. Yeah, the person controlling the grapple can release it as a free action.
Okay.
Which with that shadow fireball, yeah, no, Flick absolutely would.
Okay.
Especially after Vark was free of the dominate.
Hmm.
Yeah. I'm gonna do this. expend a move action to do two. Expend a move action and also subsequently expend 2 uses of channel energy
Mhm.
to heal, and at the same time cast a spell. So we're gonna do one thing at a time.
Okay.
That's the 4d6 plus.
Two, I
I
believe.
always forget.
+2.
2. Yeah, so that would be 19 healing to everyone within 30 feet, which I believe is everyone.
Everybody.
Yeah.
As
And then
little blue particles manage to barely visible drift through the darkness and heal those who've been hurt.
yes. And for the spell, she's gonna cast prayer.
Ooh.
Yeah. So she's just in place gonna kneel down and pray, and everyone will get a benefit from that.
Yep.
But the thing is, hold on.
No saving throw. All allies and
So-
foes within 40 feet.
Yes.
All allies get a +1 luck bonus to attack, damage, saves, and skill checks. All enemies get a -1.
Excellent.
Yes.
No save.
And that's your
Very
turn.
nice.
So that's 17 healing.
Kit's going to
19 healing.
Oh, 19.
Kit's gonna armor up with usual spells. And we come back to round start.
Yay, I'm no longer hurt. I mean, I'm still kind of hurt, but I'm no longer at half health. Thank you.
Anytime.
The creature regards all of you. That's fair, Grim. That does make it easier. It also makes it really hard to explain some things, especially when you throw in time warp and time travel. It makes everything much more convoluted. I'm not a big fan of that. There is a grumble as words spoken a language that only Vark understands, are muttered. And then through the shadow, echoing through, you've got a lot of nerve bringing the reach of the gods down here. Okay, understood. You've got some nerve bringing the gods down here. Before long, you'll see the only god you'll need is me. With that, it's finally this one's turn to act. It is hurt. It is going to charge at Mark. And because it charged, it gets its pounce feature and is going to make a suite of full attacks against Mark. Actually, just let me do this.
It has out.
Yep.
Oh my god. That is, the first one hits, second one does not.
Second and third one does not hit, I assume.
Yep, nope.
With an additional 4 cold. So that is 6 cold damage in total.
So I take 1 damage
Mhm.
entirely.
Shadow plane stuff on shadow. It's shadow on shadow violence,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Yeah. Shadow violence. Oh no.
Yeah. Flick, it's your turn.
Excellent. Well, it seems me and Vark are both in a bit of a pickle because we're close to each other, but we're also like right in the thick of the darkness, kind of, sort of. Would we be prone or would we be still standing?
No, you'd be standing.
Okay. And then would we know that there's a shadow demon near us?
You just it's hard to see through the darkness, so any low light or dark vision you have wouldn't allow you to pierce it, but you're distinctly aware of the shape that is ripping into or attempting to rip into Mark, and not really succeeding. Seems to
All
slip
right.
off of him.
In that case, I'll turn to the thing that is attacking Vark, and call out, "Don't worry, I got you!" and lunge forth towards it with blot.
I like to imagine that you were still impaled, and so
Yeah.
you're just like, no, I got it, and then you just spin around with a bark attached to you, like, wait a minute.
Yanks the sword out of Mark. No, I'm not gonna be that mean. So yes, go ahead and make your attacks.
I think I clicked it. Give it a sec.
Get out of here.
Yeah. Sometimes it takes a sec. Must have to click it again.
Maybe taking a second for it to process.
Actually, would I have recognized that something had happened to something happened to a Vark? I mean, could probably infer that as such because of how the king back there was speaking.
Yeah. I mean, he pointed at him, said obey, and then he turned
Yeah.
around and started whispering venom in your ear while shanking you. So it's pretty safe to
Gotcha.
assume something happened there.
Alrighty.
That crit,
Yeah, Flick
however,
makes
does
a
not
mental note.
confirm. And I'm going to roll your miss chance. The first one will miss, the second one will land.
Excellent. Might not be a crit, but it still hits.
For 11 points of piercing damage. The blade goes to drive into it, but most of the shadow actually coils out of the way of your blade. That is to say, damage reduction. Unless there's anything you'd further like to do, that would be your turn.
I want to try and bane it if I can.
Okay. You did land a hit. You can bane it.
Yes, I will bane it.
Okay. Bane. Bane. All right, Mark, your turn.
Okay. I am going to give myself the move action the blind fight,
Oh boy.
which allows me to re-roll my mischance from concealment one more time. if I fail.
Very cool.
And then I'm going to attempt to attack this Shadow Demon. Singular attack, of course, due to this. Uh, that's hard. 4 from study target. 2, 6, 6. So only the first attack here matters.
Ooh.
And
Okay, that will hit.
volley.
Total of 39. Is that a full attack?
No, only the first one.
Okay, that will hit and confirm. 39 damage. Even reduced. That is enough to finish it off.
All right, very nice, very nice.
Hmm.
So Vark, in that reverse grip that has become kind of I forgot the English word. Fuck.
Synonymous.
Synonymous or symbolic for his for when he's desperate or frustrated, he jams shadow creature. He plunges the rapier's blade into the what is presumably the chest of the creature,
Mm-hmm.
and then rends it asunder with a swift tear downwards.
Like ripping down a curtain or a mast sail. You like parting a curtain or like ripping through a cloth sheet. You plant it in and then you tear downwards, and the thing as fountain or fount fills with shadowy ichor. You rip downwards, and the thing splits in two, and it disappears and dissipates into wafts of shadow.
Could I have could I have seen that? Because I'm right next to him.
Right next to him, you would have been able to see that.
Yeah.
At the very least, the brutality of it. You would have felt that.
Bloody good there.
Flick.
Yeah.
The named blade. The third one we found. Take it out.
This one? And he pulls out the accuser.
I think it's time.
Like the sound of that.
Let's see.
But that's my turn.
It,
Can't do anything else.
wait, what was that? Sorry, repeat that.
But that's my turn. I can't
Okay.
do anything else.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, now we have the accuser.
Yeah. I believe that was Feather. Which one was that? I forget my own.
I have it. I forget if I have it in my photos somewhere. I might have grabbed a photo of it. I'll comb through it. Because I believe it was the accuser.
Trying to think. The Quill, the accuser. There you go.
Yes, we have Quill.
Yes. You would know this sword to be a Spada de Lato. For those who are blade nerds. also known as a side sword.
Yeah, I was about to say it's a sidearm. Yeah.
I mean,
I have a Glock.
remember,
yes,
it's quicker to switch.
Yeah.
There you go. When I designed these swords, with Cam, these were we made sure each of the different pens were a different form of sword, all used for various forms of self-defense and dueling. So yes, that is Vark's turn. I assume is that the end of your turn?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. As you finish conferring with Flick, you hear the Nihil's voice drifting through the darkness again. My, you rip through your own kin with such abandon. You'll make a good fit. You'll be like them. Soon enough. Though you... Oh, there's something... wretched. Wretchedly rich about you. The voice carries a sort of... almost... savoring tone to it, like somebody is licking their lips at the idea. If it wasn't for the sheer cold coming from this cloud of darkness hanging around you, though you, Vark, almost do not feel it at all, the tone of voice might be enough to make one shudder and shiver with just how unappealing it speaks. I'm going to enjoy owning you. We'll make this whole wretched little place just a bit more tolerable.
You're a mad tyrant trapped in a cave. Your kingdom is a hole in the ground, and I'll bury you in it.
They tried that too. Oh, they tried burying me in a hole. Oh, they tried. And they succeeded too. Until you came. You're going to break these bonds. You're going to let me out of here. And then we're going to make this place feel a bit more like home.
Over my dead body.
Yeah. Let's see. Well, I'm going to be quicker about this because I know we don't have all the time in the world. So, I hate to do this again. No, actually. Everybody in that 20-foot square, there is no save on this, but I would like a will save from everybody in that circle.
Oh dear. And I believe the prayer is still up.
Prayer is
Is
still
it
up.
mind effect? Is it
No,
mind
this is another shadow evocation.
Okay.
Which technically is an illusion.
Oh no. Oh no. Actually, that's right. I failed the will save for the last one.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay. Again, 20 and up 6 is the number to beat. Okay. We need to roll for Chaiko. If her sheet would load.
It doesn't matter about that. Actually, that bonus would be 25.
Even when
correct, it
she's not
doesn't.
here, Trico's like, nah.
True enough. Does not succeed, unfortunately. Again, anybody that manages to succeed the will save. 20 and up. Lowers this damage down to a fifth of its original value. Flick unfortunately fails this, as does Chaiko. And as does Karia. Chaiko, Karia, and Chaiko, Karia, and Flick. Take 1, 1, okay. 2.
Is it a charm and compulsion effect?
No.
Well, then
It's an illusion
I
effect.
should probably be failing too because I rolled a 19.
Did you
Mhm.
count Polari?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Hmm.
Yes, actually, it's Mallory as well. So we'll take 7 points of cold damage. Wow, he's rolling low. Jesus. 5 points. Sorry. 7 points of bludgeoning, 5 points of cold. As a hail of ice rains down from above. So, in that circle, for those who succeeded on the will save, it does nothing. It does not obscure your vision, and it does not impede your movement. For those who failed, so Karia, Chaiko, and Mallory, and Flick as well, that counts as not as dangerous, as difficult terrain. And because odd numbers suck, those who succeeded the save, only take 1 point of cold and whatever the fuck 7 divided by 5 is 2 points of bludgeoning. Overall,
How many points?
Hmm?
How many points of coal again?
5. And if you succeeded, it goes down to 1.
Okay, well, I just nullify the cold damage.
Yeah,
Okay,
because you're an
so
acid.
that's it.
That has to be the most feeble spell he's cast so far. Which is unfortunate for me, but great for you guys. And with that,
Wait, what was the total just to check?
7 physical, 5 cold. You succeeded the save.
Okay.
2 physical,
thought.
1 cold.
Okay. There we go.
Okay.
Okay, Mallory, your turn.
Well, this is darkness, right? I get a penalty if I shoot at range.
Check. Determine whether you're committed to range from the range type. Well, in this case, the penalty is the same as with anybody else. There's a 50% chance you'll miss, just outright.
Then instead, I will break away from the pack
Okay. You are moving
I'll
through
go right
difficult
here.
terrain, so you can only move at half speed.
Ah, shit. Okay, wait, hold on. One, two,
Okay.
3. I will put. I'll cast Flames of the Faithful.
Okay. You ensconce your pistol in fire.
Yes.
Is it not taking stat damage? That's correct. That's where the Army of Shadows comes in. And you start sapping strength scores.
Don't remind me of those fuckers.
I remember, yeah, you
And the
got...
whole,
you
yeah.
First I hit you with
Oh, by the way,
The
flail
whole
spell, and I
arc,
hit you with shadows. This
and the
dungeon is
whole arc
PTSD
about
from
shadows,
VR.
it literally was the same.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
I also proclaim a judgment.
Okay. It is Polari's turn.
Essentially holding an action if just saying that if Conobus moves and attacks someone, Polari will also move and attack them if that's possible.
Okay. Shadow creature's turn. Wait a second, does it? Oh.
Oh?
Okay.
I love that it's an infinite repeating number.
Yeah, it's 333 repeating. Menial, please rehabilitate your sibling. I need a will save from Vark.
As I'm gobbling, waddling back to my PC from the kitchen.
Uh-oh.
Okay. No, forgot, I'm here. Ugh.
That's
And I can't bolt to that either. I need to announce it beforehand.
Mhm. The shadowy wisp, rather than attacking, plunges inside of Vark
Oh,
as it
fuck
casts
no.
magic jar.
Yep.
Oh no.
Wait. What's the magic jar?
You
Where
are
am I now?
suppressed.
Ah, fuck.
I'm sorry to do this to you, but unfortunately,
Oh,
this guy is copyright trademark bastard material.
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, no, that's a good point. Vark, you feel yourself shunted from your body, and suddenly your perspective comes, now able to see fully through the darkness in perfect clarity from here.
Ah, God.
Mark, that's perfect. Just possess me. then I'll be able to see.
We're hot seating the position.
It should actually I should still keep dandy.
Like for his part, just looks over to Vark, who probably it probably looks as though something has occurred. Or,
Yeah, you saw
something has occurred to
inky
him.
blackness ram into his chest, and then you see you see the tattoos on his body go black.
Vark, don't do this to us.
You've only seen Vark grin a couple of times. Small, playful, subdued. The smile he sports as he turns back to you this time, as black goo cascades down his cheeks from his eyes, now turned completely dark, comes from ear to ear. He looks so happy.
Flick's Flick's pupils immediately turn to slits as he raises his blade and says, "Oh, you're definitely not him. You're definitely not him."
This new Vark stalks towards you in the darkness. Oh, that's much better. He's so compliant now. As the thing flies over towards the altar in the middle and even lays a hand almost gently on the altar before the hands jittering, quivering, curl into a clawed hand that drags over it, and Vark, you feel that as his claws dig into the steel. A few hundred years in here should probably break you of all those strange delusions.
Mate,
I
we
have
got
some
a
more
situation.
And
Yeah, Flick's freaking the fuck out. His
yeah,
friend's going through some shit right now.
mhm.
Something's happening to his friend. And he has no idea what.
As he's going to cast a simple one this time. Shadow Evocation. Right. What's his caster level again? It is... Oh boy. How about you, the infernal angel bread? Oh, you and your insipid light and fire. I'm going to snuff you out like a particularly vapid candle. As he casts a magic missile at Mallory.
I know.
That's... a hail of cold darkness projects a shower of shadowy bullets, hammers into Mallory's back for 30 points of untyped damage. Force damage, actually. 30 points of force damage. Creating pock marks and craters in his back. Blood showers through the darkness. And all that comes afterward is a satisfied chuckle. Kanabos.
Well, I really kind of got nothing to do. Alright, so it's in pitch black essentially. So I'm trying to think about what I'm gonna do.
clearly have Polaris possess Vark to shunt the demon out of my body.
So funny enough, later on I could do that.
Mhm.
Occult stuff funny. I love them. So
I,
sorry,
I,
Spiritualist.
I'd love for Polari to like try to go incorporeal and like come out with a fucking demon, holding a demon by the throat. But I don't think Randy's gonna allow me to do
I
that.
mean, do you want to give it a try?
I mean, I can.
I'd consider it. Make a nice
Okay.
little establishment for you being able to do that at a later point.
Yeah, it's like a fairly high level feat.
Hmm.
That spiritualists can actually take, where you can literally have your phantom briefly possess someone.
Hmm. Well,
Well,
if you
how
want,
would you like me to
rather than
start?
attempt to possess, at the very least, Polari could attempt to say, move through Vark and try and
Yeah.
displace the entity that way.
Yeah, he's gonna try to do that.
Okay. Polari can give me a will save.
He will save, you say.
As he moves over to try and... Ooh, okay. Is that with the aura bonus?
I don't know if he actually benefits from his own aura. So, but no, that isn't without the bonus actually.
Hmm.
That's up to you.
I do
It
believe
just
you
says,
benefit from your own aura effects.
yeah, then if he does benefit from his own aura, that would be a 22.
Okay. Which is just enough as Polari going... Never tried this. I've never tried this with anybody besides you before. Oh, this is going to be uncomfortable. As instead the bright blue hue of Polari goes incorporeal, instead becoming a lucid constellation that, in a trail of stars, sinks into Vark. And there's a strange technicolor light show that happens as the blackness of the tattoos is then sometimes traced through as little particles like stars race across the tattoos like veins. They pop through. You see Vark's eyes turn into a starry night canvas. You see swirls like the nebulas up in the sky. You see him twitch. You see him rattle. You see more black ooze suffuse out his eyes than his mouth as Polari comes out one side. He is shunted back out, and Vark, for the second time today, vomits. This time, ejecting a shadow entity.
Oh, blimey.
Must you ruin everything I tried to accomplish? I'm trying to teach here.
Was that actually technically part of Polari's held action?
I'll say as much.
Okay. And I think that was a standard action.
What's it called? Nihiloi?
Nihiloi?
Was what the Nihiloi said just now audible to all of us? Like, could we all
Yes.
understand it?
Yes.
Oh, it's a teaching moment, eh? Well, just you wait. We're going to give you a getting your ass kicked 101. Just a moment.
Oh, look, it thinks it's people.
Thank you, Polari, for pulling that thing out. Anyways, I'm gonna try
That
something myself. And
was rancid. Never make me do that again.
I can't keep my promise on that. But anyways,
I haven't felt
I'm gonna
cold since I've died.
we will talk about that one later. Anyways, I'm gonna cast spiritual weapon.
Okay.
I'm just gonna put it, I guess, right behind the shadow, or at least my best approximation of it, going by like, guess where Polari is.
Sure.
And Is spiritual weapon just 1d20 plus bad plus wisdom? I believe it goes off. It cues off of wisdom. Yeah,
I believe so.
yeah, it does. Plus your wisdom bonus as its attack bonus.
Gotcha. Okay.
It uses your base attack bonus, so that is 6 plus. I believe that's also still. I think it's 6 plus 6. Spiritualist. I just want to check real quick.
There we go. Spiritual hatchet.
Spiritual half. Yes, it is 6 plus 6 right now. So I'm just gonna. Is it technically flanking? Can spiritual weapon flank?
I mean, it is an attack, so yes, it's threatening.
Oh. Oh.
Oh my! Roll to confirm.
Holy crap.
I don't know what that confirms.
Uh,
There you go.
that will actually confirm.
That's beautiful, spiritual weapon.
Ooh.
So roll your
And
damage.
spiritual weapon.
Roll your damage
Oh.
twice.
2d8 plus 1
Don't-
per 3 caster level, so that is.
48.
Beautiful.
So it's 48.
Oh no, it's 1d8. No, it would be what's 1d8
Oh, right.
damage. I was just like.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I believe that's plus 4 total.
Plus 1 per. Yeah, that's 1d8 plus 2 per 3 caster levels, so that would be 1d8 plus 2. So
Yeah.
that would be 2d8 plus 4. For a total
Yep,
of 17
17.
damage. And considering you are, I believe, good aligned,
Yep.
that means that is a positive energy attack, which means it bypasses its damage resistance. Meaning it takes 17 damage straight to the face. It is bloodied. Well, more bloody than it was before after the lightning bolt. This
Okay,
one,
didn't expect it.
activating its sprint ability, is going to fly overhead and then come down here. Karya, give me a will save.
He is still within the radius of that, so he still gets that bonus if he's even here.
You are muted, by the way, love.
Damn it. Did it roll? It wasn't
It rolled.
rolling on my
It's a 16.
roll, but- Oh, of course it is.
You know what time it is.
Ah, good. Get the possessed deep creature art out while we're at it.
I believe I deleted that. That note. Yes, I did. Oh well. Yeah. This isn't quite like what happened when the deep took over. Instead, this coldness spreads through your body. It makes your whole body feel like it's being chilled to the core. Like you're 2 seconds away from hypothermia. And then you feel like a claw wraps itself around your heart, pulls it out, and then suddenly you're here. You can see perfectly fine,
Good.
and you watch as a inky-eyed version of yourself turns on Chico.
Well, let's
Chico,
hope that they can roll just as bad as I do.
yeah, let's hope. Chico, being not a stupid person, is going to take the disengage action. Or the full withdraw action is going to fuck right off. So it seems this is possession. The Shadow Demon is going to just straight up go. Here. 5-foot step. Da-da-da-da. It does not have any of your feats. because there's the
Oh, good.
mind occupying. So it's not going to get all the stuff it gets for like brutal. What do you call it? Brutal.
Brutal critical or
Brut-
whatever.
Cleave, furious focus, intimidating prowess, all of that. But what it can do is it can hit. One towards Kanabos, and one towards Vair.
Oh, you bastard.
31 damage to Kanabos, 30 to Vair.
Ah.
Jesus, what did he roll? I wasn't on the computer.
He rolled a 31 and a
He rolled
27.
me.
Ow.
Well,
Very-
thank you for Siren for
Yep. Mm-hmm. Knocking that, so Vair is now bloodied.
Yeah.
So, bringing the sword around, rips through Kanabos, leaving a gash in his chest, thankfully not hitting anything vital, and then comes around and with an upward swing, likewise tears a huge rip through his brother. And all the while he's wearing that wonderfully cheerful ear-to-ear slasher smile. Siren, it's your turn.
Oh boy. Okay. I'm just gonna heal. I'm just gonna continue doing that. Thank you very much.
Cool.
Another 4d6
Go for it.
plus 2.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh, wow, that's really bad.
That's 8.
Hold on. Wait, is it plus 2 per like total or?
Plus 2 total. Plus your charisma.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna expend another.
Are the 2 charges? Or?
Wait, hold on. I have to. Because I forgot to take the 2 off from last time. I'm gonna have to expend another 2 because I don't want to risk letting the damage build up like that.
Mhm.
That's really bringing me down, though. I've got 2 left total
Okay.
from a total of 7.
All right, go ahead and
So
roll it.
again,
So 11. So 7, 8, 11. For a total of 19 damage, or sorry, 19 healing to all present. Roll 2 separate. Oh, good. As you unleash 2 bursts of healing, it fails both of its saves as positive energy suffuses Karia, healing him and ejecting the thing out of him as it burns with moonlight.
Oh shit.
Good.
oh hell yeah!
Thank you.
As
You're
you
welcome.
are, Karia, you feel your heart, so to speak, then like whiplash, you're back and you're in the darkness. You still feel very cold.
Yeah. Don't suppose that's getting better anytime soon.
Okay. Is that your turn, Sarah?
Yeah, that's all I can do.
Okay. Let's see. Is Kit a brave girl? Is she a real girl? Hmm. She has nothing she can do that would not put her directly in danger. I remember Chaiko being very firm about that, so she's going to retreat along with Chaiko. Back at the top of the round. the Nihiloid's turn.
Did it receive any damage so far, by the way?
What, the shadow or the Nihiloid?
The Nihiloi.
It got hit with a coin and it got hit with a bullet.
Right.
It has not taken any damage since then.
Right.
Mm. You are all vexingly tenacious.
Thank you.
I'm starting to get bored of trying to educate you. Shame. Shame.
Please educate yourself on ending your own life.
I'm killing you.
Yes, I suspected as much. You know what? I actually forgot to add the healing back from that.
19 damage.
Ouch.
Well, no, not the attack, the healing.
Healing.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah, since the beginning of combat, there's been a total of 19 times 2 healing.
Mm, mm. Okay. Yeah, no, it's going to keep going for simple. It's going to cast a magic missile at Karia.
Sheer curiosity when it comes to that.
Mhm.
Does shield work the same in this as it does
Yes.
in 5e with that? Because I actually don't think my shield spell is disabled yet. Oh wait, no, it probably would be. It's 10 minutes per caster level. Oh no, actually, I think it's 10 minutes per caster level. Let
It
me
is 1
check that
minute
up
per
real
level.
quick. 1 minute per level. There we
It
go.
would have
Okay,
expired by now.
so it would have absolutely expired by now.
+1 plus. Oh, jeez. $43 points of force damage. As you are
Do
pockmarked with a rain of shadowy bullets.
ouch.
Ouch, indeed.
The first thing I'm going to disabuse you all of is those big mouths of yours. I think I'll sew them shut. Then I'm going to rip out your insolent little souls, shove them in this cairn here, let you stew there, I think for a millennium. Yes, I think that'll be painful enough. Flick, it's your turn.
All right, well, keeping in mind that this Nihiloi fellow wants to stuff us inside of jars, or stuff our souls inside jars. Flick is going to turn to the Shadow Demon that has just been expelled from Vark, and he's going to give it a couple good stabs. With
Delio?
block, because he still has with block, because he still has that in hand.
Delio?
Whoa!
You... 1 second. Oh, didn't do that. Succeed on that as you rip it to pieces. What is left of its health is dissipated. First strike goes
Fucking
through,
delete him.
kills it. Second one, you go for just that extra stab, and by then it's already dissolving into mist.
Yeah, off witches.
All right. Anything further?
But well, first Flick's gonna turn to Vark and say, "Are you feeling all right there?" After that. Vark?
I feel
Oh, no,
sick.
instead.
I feel wrong.
Are we still going through that plan of yours?
Let's just kill this fucker.
Right on then. And so, real quick, what would the plan in particular be? Are you taking Feather, or do you want me to take it?
Give Feather to me.
All right. Yeah, Flick with Feather in hand will pass it to Vark.
The accuser. That would be
Give him
Quill,
L.
actually. That'd be Quill if it was the
Oh,
accuser.
okay, yeah. Quill, my bad.
Yes.
Yeah,
Is
pass
a-
Quill.
This is a +2 rapier with the ability to, that gives you the challenge feature.
He passes it to Vark by the top of its handle, and he passes it to him and says, "Let's give him L, shall we?"
Let's.
All right. It's free action. You pass on the sword.
Yep.
What else would you like to do this round?
I'm going to attempt to move, let's say, here. Yeah, since it's difficult terrain, I can only really move I can only move so far, I believe.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Okay.
I'll move there, and that'll be my turn.
All right. Vark, your turn.
Yeah, still within sight of Vark.
Actually, I just realized something.
Oh?
Because you killed that one, darkness fades.
Aha!
We just check something.
Are we still able to see in like this area that we're standing, or is that still?
If you fail to save, it does occlude your perception a little bit, but you can see properly now.
Okay. So yeah, Flick kind of looks like he's trying to feel his way through. Looks like he's trying to feel his way through a dark room, but it's really because his eyesight has been blocked by this aura.
This phantasmal snow. It is pouring.
Yeah.
It's not damaging anymore, but it is still coming down in a thick sheet of black snow. You notice everything within that sleet storm is sapped of its color. It's all gray.
Yeah, it's like I almost want to say it's like a volcanic eruption or something.
Well, not just that, everything that's in it, it's just converted into grayscale, including all the people. Okay, Vark.
All right. Um, Remind me again about Quill's features.
Actually, I think I found the image. I can post it in the Simple Path channel.
Open nice.
Boom.
So,
There.
Quill allows you to once per day point out an enemy as a swift action and challenge them as if you were a cavalier or a samurai. While this is in effect, you take a -2 to your AC, except from attacks except against attacks from your target of your challenge. Yes, while you've challenged this creature, your attacks deal extra damage equal to your level. In this case, it is equal to your level +2. Additionally, you gain a +4 circumstance modifier to any attempts to feint, taunt, enrage, or accuse somebody through any means. If I remember correctly, it's been a while since I brought this up. Is it in the party loot? There it is. Yes, it is. Cycling through so many pages. Once per day, the wielder Quill may level an accusation of some crime or slight committed against the accuser. As a swift action, you may choose one target within sight to accuse. The Quill, that's it. It doubles its enhancement bonus to damage against the target of the challenge, so it becomes a +4. You also receive damage reduction 2, with no nothing that can circumvent it. This requires your concentration. Yes, until the target surrenders or accepts. The challenge remains until the target is dead or unconscious, or until the target surrenders and accepts the accusations. If the accusation is accepted, then the Quill may reuse its accused power once more that day.
All right. Remind me, what kind of weapon would you categorize as that?
Rapier.
Rapier. Okay. So, Vark now essentially dual wielding rapiers, which I know doesn't make sense mechanically speaking.
Look at us. We're playing
Bear
7th
with me.
C. It's the Sardano Sold. I know this means nothing to most of you guys, but that's what in 7th C there's a sword style called the Soldano style, which is literally just it's from the Spanish equivalent, I believe, in the world that sees you. It's meant for fighting groups. It sees you wielding 2 full-length rapiers or dueling swords. It's all about being flashy and flamboyant and spinning in circles and slashing and poking. I love 7th C. Unfortunately, it never gets enough interest. Used to be in the same world as L5R before there was a big split in the canonical.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think it was because it changed publishers, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Unfortunate.
So yes, you with your 2 rapiers now, go ahead.
Vark is going to level Quill at the Nihil.
Guess he left. He didn't want to deal with it, so the Nihil I left.
No, Lynn left.
That was Lynn.
Oh, Lynn, does Lynn have to?
Actually, who did leave?
Who's Lynn? Oh, she went to the sleepy time,
I think she maybe got pulled away for dinner or something like that.
possibly.
Oh, no, there's
That's okay.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
muted and it's put me in the inactive.
Oh, good. Varga's going to level Quill at the Niloy. And he's going to shout, on behalf of all of my people and the denizens of the Shadow Plane, I accuse you of enslaving and enthralling every one of us. My name is Vark Vanaya, and I judged you. I sentenced you to death.
The blade, its length lights up with scripture that wasn't there before. Words trace in orange fire, like electricity running along a copper wire, heats, coils along the blade, and then writes itself through the air before worming its way towards the Nihiloi and branding itself across its shadowy body. And in everybody's eye, even without comprehend languages, it is perfectly legible to all who see the accusation branded onto it. Tyrant. This is where I ask myself if I do something kind of dickish.
He
Counter spells it.
again.
No. Would this satisfy the terms?
He's a bastard, so even if it fucks me over, he would do it.
And what of it? Of course I enslaved your people. I'm your better. You're all beneath me, and that's where you belong.
Accepted. Yep.
Decided to roll for it. I'm going to stick by it. Apparently, Quill thinks that's an acceptance.
Oh yeah.
As
Motherfucker.
as he acknowledges his crime, Quill being made for those who live in denial and putting the screws to the people who make others unduly suffer while pretending otherwise. The brand lifts and returns to the blade.
It's absolutely fair. But he didn't
I feel like a
deny that,
massive asshole for that.
No, it's absolutely fair. I mean, was I hoping for the bonuses? Yeah, sure, but fuck it, right? It doesn't matter. I'm going to do my next thing anyway. Now, the question is, can I reach him as is? No, however, I do have my swift action to quaff my haste potion.
No.
It's the accusation of the swift action.
Yes.
Never mind. Very well. But just to split us up, because we've been we've been pelted with AOE shit this whole time, I am still going to move my 30 foot of me.
Okay.
And let me just quickly check if I have nothing could help. None of my spells, obviously. Do I have any items? Mm, no, nothing that would assist me in this right now. In which case, I'm simply going to approach the Nihil by walking up the steps with both rapiers drawn, and as the young'uns might say, I am going to end my turn as I aura farm,
Oh, God.
saying,
He's edge walking towards it. No, I'm kidding.
Mark Jinwoo over here.
um, I will excise you from existence. I will render your filthy body asunder until even the last flicker of shadow stuff cries for mercy.
Because all you other maggots managed to do that so well before. You know what? I'm bored of you. As he lifts a hand, and tendrils explode up from the ground around him. They explode from the ground, they explode out of his form, they lash out, barbed and club-like and bladed and vicious all in one. Likewise, we will see. Okay, you're safe from that. I need a reflex saving throw from you.
All right.
You also feel the cold, harsh emanating off of it as it freezes at your skin, only kept at bay by your natural resistance to the cold.
Going to announce operational. Maybe.
Whoa.
Is it 20? Maybe?
Just doesn't make it.
Ah!
Oh.
As you are whipped for 13 bludgeoning damage, as tendrils from out of him and all around you whack at your flesh, leaving cuts and whip marks and bruises. Ta-da. Mallory, it's your turn.
What's the aura around this guy?
Black tendrils shooting out from his body, whipping at everything around him.
Ah,
It's a bad day to be a
Oh.
melee fighter.
yep. Well, I pull out my gun. I shoot him.
Oh shit.
Yeah, surprising, right? Still gonna be a full attack. Well, I don't think any of them hit.
Fortunately not. It's touch AC is 18. Oh, wait.
Mm.
Prayer.
I was gonna say people have been remembering that prayer is up, right?
2 of those will hit
Okay.
for 11 and 15 for a total of 26. Mm,
Oh yeah, and it causes an extra 1d6 points of fire damage because of Fangs of the Faithful. So that's
Okay.
slash roll 2d6.
that's 34. Well, the downside is that's not good aligned.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Flames of the Faithful has an alignment. It's only fire.
True. Not sure if the judgment would change that. Actually, no, you do have a judgment that will allow you to get around damage reduction.
Yeah. But my judgment right now is for my saves.
Ah, okay. Makes sense. Actually. Oh, how about that? Your daylight halo is back. And fun fact about that, because it's in bright light, its damage negation is negated.
Aha!
As it's exposed to bright light, and as a result, its body steams, becoming easier to track, and also no longer taking the bullets quite as well as it did before. The bullets planting in, exploding, and leaving behind melted shadow stuff that doesn't stitch together quite so quickly. Polari.
I take a 5-foot step. Okay.
What reference, Ari?
I'm going to actually let me check one thing real quick.
I
I believe I can do
I
one.
quoted of all things I quoted Ultra Kill when I yelled at the Nihil.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You insignificant fuck!
It's
You're
the
like a daddy's
the-
special boy!
That's
it was specifically the line from Gabriel at the player character. Um, I will destroy you until even the sparks cry for
Cry out,
mercy.
cry for mercy. Yeah, I've heard that one a dozen times listening to the soundtrack. Good one. But yes,
that's just
Polari.
one last thing. Yeah, I'm gonna let me check one last thing.
Must you?
All right, cool. I'm gonna hold Polari's action until after Kanabos's essentially after Kanabos's standard action. That's if that's possible.
Okay.
Just gonna hold what he's gonna do until then.
All right.
Okay.
You do have to tell me what that's going to be.
It involves me. I'm gonna cast something with Kanabos first,
Okay.
but it is gonna be involve him running up to that fucking thing and trying to swat it.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It is now his turn again.
It's going to use one of its attacks to attempt to trip Vark with the tendrils. For a total of 28 against your CMD.
That hits.
Okay. One of the tendrils whips you at your ankles and sends you to the floor. Da-da-da. As it floats down and then proceeds to With the +4 from you being prone, that's a 36 and a 23.
Both split.
As he brings his beneath the shadowy skirt, you actually see a leg rise up. The skirt parts, and a huge bird-clawed foot comes up and stomps on you twice. And then he leans down, putting his full weight on you. I believe the cold damage does not affect you, so instead you just take
He does
22
not know,
bludgeoning.
but the 22, yeah, already.
As he leans down, pressing his full weight into you. And then he whispers, I hope you're starting to get the picture here. You may have momentarily set us back for a time. I might be trapped here for now. But you're not in control. You're not even instigating a rebellion. You're presenting yourself as an obstacle. And you're failing. The first one we'll go through. I think that cold finally actually breaks through your cold resistance for 1 point.
Indeed
For a
does.
total of 16 damage as he brings up, he takes his foot off you and then brings up one of his hammer-like fists and that brings that down on your chest.
Yup.
Where the
Vark is just-
where hand meets chest, the tiling underneath Vark cracks and dust explodes up from the ground.
Vark is unable to speak. All air driven from his body. He can just gasp and stare in pure hatred at this point at this creature.
I don't know how you have blood. I don't know how you have flesh. But I see the soul coursing through you. 2 and 1. I'm starting to get the picture how that's possible. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to break your body. And then I'm going to break your mind. And then I'm going to break both your souls. And I'm going to rip it off your skin and take it for myself. And then we can see where we go from there. And you're going to watch. Okay, Kanabos' turn.
That spread alters slightly what I had planned for next turn.
Can you just shut up, you fucking self-entitled edgelord, and I'm gonna fucking send out my spiritual
How the
weapon.
fuck does Kanabos know what an edgelord is?
Yes. Anyways,
Sorry.
you take
He's a scholar. He's probably
You
ready.
know what? To be fair, he was born in Mordani. That's probably a compliment.
He wasn't actually born in Mordon.
Well, he lived there, so he's
True.
probably just stealing the information. What's it called?
Hmm.
Cultural appropriation. He's culturally appropriating the term. That's not his word.
Well, come on then. If I'm such a blowhard, come prove it to me.
26
What are you doing?
as a spiritual weapon.
Right, I should give you control of those.
Yeah.
There you go. You should be able to control it now.
And also, Polari.
That will hit.
Oh,
Roll
wait,
damage.
Yeah, no, this gives me an idea for my next turn.
Okay. Polari is going to take damage because he's entering the aura.
And radiant or positive damage.
Okay. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Polari needs to give me a reflex saving throw.
He's alright at those. 25 if we're considering his aura still.
Oh, didn't mean to do that. That's wrong. plus 3, not 33. 13 points of bludgeoning damage, halved. So for a total of 6 points of bludgeoning to Polari.
I don't know. Does his damage reduction go through that right now? He has that. Let me check. Oh, DR5 Black Magic.
Yeah,
Does that help against this?
no,
Okay.
that he gets hurt.
All right. Fair. And
Okay.
he hurt me with that spell earlier, right?
Uh,
His ice spell. Yeah, I think
yeah.
he did.
Yeah, he did. That said, the ice spell has
Okay.
since worn off.
It has, but it's still that doesn't matter because Dutiful Strike is actually still in effect.
Yep.
It's in effect for a minute. So let me increase that by 1. I love having lots of moving parts in my class. Not really.
Man, it's great that you want to play a kineticist.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, that'd
Oh,
be
nice.
a 22 for the crit confirm. My Dalek confirms, but hey.
Wow.
Just barely not, actually.
Unless there's something. Oh wait, the luck 23. I doubt it
Right,
still does it.
because of prayer.
Ah.
Yeah, so a total of 20 bludgeoning.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And you know how Silver Chariot and fucking Jojo just kind of
Yeah,
like
just
does
rapid
that fucking
stab.
war- Yeah, Polari's gonna do that to him.
Well, okay, then.
Just pulling a Polnareff.
Yeah, Polnar.
As that also, I believe, it makes it so that the second one hits for 6 bludgeoning.
Yes.
Well, okay then. It's the Shadow Demon's turn. Or the Umbral Fiend.
Thingamabobber's turn.
You're useless to me. Hey, Dragon Man. You, Vishkanya creature, correct?
I believe that was the name.
You wanted me to educate myself on the matter of killing oneself? Allow me to demonstrate.
He's actually going to kill himself for me.
Ba, ba, ba. And I believe this is... Ooh. Yep. So. Everybody within 30 feet needs to make me a reflex saving throw.
Here, a reflex save. There we go. There we go.
Actually, wait. Is he casting a spell?
Yes.
Doesn't that provoke an attack of opportunity?
He's... true. The shadow thing would provoke an attack of opportunity, actually, unless...
Double check.
Right, concentration check. We have 4. DC 19.
Do we still throw all their attacks, or I'm not actually unsure.
1 second. It is going to cast defensively. If it succeeds on this caster level check, it will not provoke attacks of opportunity. If it fails, it will. So, it succeeds.
Yeah.
So yes, I need those reflexes. That is correct. We got Flick. We just need Mallory.
Am I still in range of Polari's effect?
No, you're not.
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
You're more than 10 feet from him.
Who's casting the spell?
The Shadow Wisp.
The wizard or the wisp? Oh, the wisp. Okay.
The wisp.
I do not.
The
see
one that
wisp.
is still alive.
Wait, that 26 is the damage?
No, that's its check to cast defensively, so that it doesn't get hit
Okay.
by an attack of opportunity. So,
Oh, I think you made the wisp blow up.
15. 22. So Flick and Kanabo succeed. Everybody else, actually. 4 plus 4. That's level 4. Vair does succeed. So it is Siren, Karya, and Mallory that fail. As the shadow creature explodes into a burst of 30 cold damage. Those that succeed, half that.
I'm done.
So how much damage was it again?
30.
So have that as 15. Oh,
I'm not down yet. I got 2 fucking health.
I'm at wee woo status again.
No,
Yeah,
Say that-
yeah, don't worry.
Say that damage total again. Sorry, I spaced
30?
out for one.
30.
And halved.
And then don't forget resistance if you have it, because it is cold.
Okay, it is so 33 halved.
30.
Wait, how much damage did it do total?
30.
30. Oh, okay.
You did
Oh,
30.
Okay, so
then
it's
you have
15.
that to 15.
Oh, okay. Okay, so
And then
okay, I
you
thought said
subtract your
30,
then you subtract your resistance to it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Which for
okay,
all
we're
the
good.
for all the Asimar present, and for anybody else with cold resistance, brings it down by 5.
Yep.
Watch Little Shadowling. That's what happens to the people that disappoint me. It's Chico's turn. Right, level 8, correct. Which makes that... Jacob proceeds to contribute by firing a magic missile, deducting 18 from its health. Yeah, I'll just keep it simple with that. Karya.
He just got called away, but it won't be long.
Okay. In the meantime, what would you like to do, Siren?
I'm literally just gonna have her move in and heal.
Okay.
Do I do that now?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
We'll just say that Karya delayed his turn for a bit.
Yeah. Okay, moving full movement of 30 feet and then doing... Let me see how many people I can get. So I can get everyone except for Vark, unfortunately, in the radius of the heal.
Why have you abandoned me, Siri?
You are on the other side of the radius! You should have been on this side!
Well, good.
Nah, he's currently getting his required S&M play in.
Okay, that's 17 points to everyone. And I can't do anything else, I don't believe.
17 points. Mallory lives. Mallory, you awaken on the floor, gun next to you, very cold. Karya, where are you?
Also, I'll be right back.
Of course. Oh, Ray, where are you? Okay. Because the next up is literally the Nihil.
He should be returning soon.
Well, you know what? Actually, while that's happening, there's been several rounds of loud combat, magic flying about, people getting hurt.
I was wondering
Sorry
when you
about
would
that.
do something.
Oh, welcome back.
Hey,
Oh, hi, Meatball.
Go ahead and take your turn first.
Okay.
You've been healed for 17 HP, by the way.
I did hear the healing, I just didn't put it in yet. So now I'm at 19, and that means Vair is actually 41. All right, cool. I'm gonna do something I technically can do with my class, but I haven't done often because it's stupid. But I can do it. So as the Dragon Rider, it allows medium-sized creatures to mount medium-sized dragons. It's very stupid. I don't like it. So I've usually not done it, but I literally cannot get in any other way, and I don't want my teammates dying. So,
Point.
swift action then. I am going to have Karya look to Vair and go, Vair, throw me!
Drag me.
And that's how we're going to... And Vair is going to swoop around, grab Karya with the swift action, he'll mount, and
I'm back.
then fly in together, where he skids to a stop.
And I need a reflex save from both of you.
Yeah, I figured stepping into this was not going to be great, but it's worth a shot. Let's do Reflex Vair, 12. That's great. Plus Polari, who is not here.
No, Polari's right beside you, actually.
Oh, that is Polari. Yeah,
But not
that's
for
not
Vair,
great.
unfortunately, because it's more than 10 feet away.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's 11. What do you expect, guys? Don't expect much out of
Ready,
me.
pray.
Hey, guess what?
Okay. What's that,
You're
buddy?
back at 2 HP. Yay!
Hooray! Back to
As
2.
both of you take 17
Fire
points of
two.
damage.
Uh,
Whip.
well,
Am I a joke?
that's fine. That's fine. That's totally fine.
Okay.
Okay. First off,
Hack away.
um, I'll do 2 claws with Vair. That's with the no flanking there, but with Polari, first one's an 18.
Actually, that would be
Second one is a
flanking.
29. Is it flanking? Because
Yes, because you can draw a line straight through the enemy.
oh, you're right. Actually, both Karya and Vair are flanking.
Well, in order for Kara to be flanking, he has to like go through the body. Here, it's kind of like cutting off only a corner. It'd have to be something like that or that or that. That doesn't work. Still,
Well, that's okay. There's a
yeah.
Yeah,
Still,
There we
27 hits for 10.
and then we are gonna go ahead and make the power attack with a +6 to whatever I roll there. That is a 27.
19 misses. The 27. Da-da-da-da-da.
Actually, wait, would the 19 miss? Because that's +6. That would come out to
The
a
second attack?
both. Well, okay, no, it's actually that's not a 26. I apologize. That's a plus. The second one's a +4. The first one is a +6.
Why is it a +6?
Right, I'm not flanking. Never mind. It's a +4 +2. It's a +4 for the first one because I'm next to Polari, and then I'm also using my power attack. But because I have the feat, that first one is actually at a +18, but it's only rolling at a +16. So I just say plus that because it's easier to kind
Okay,
of do
but
that. So the first one,
that doesn't affect the second attack.
no, that's what I'm saying. Oh, well, no, I wasn't flanking, is what I was saying. I thought that I was, which my calculation was coming off. That first one's still a +2 because of Polari, but it's not a +4 because I'm not flanking.
Real quick, are you calculating the luck bonus? Just it's that +1.
Oh,
bonus.
that's actually right. I also have a +1 luck bonus, so that's
Yeah,
well,
as long as
I
you're
know the
within
first
40
one
feet of Siren.
Well,
which
it's a
I believe
burst,
he
so
is.
it lingers on them. You don't have to be within 40 feet.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So the real question is, would a +3 make that second one hit or no?
No.
No, I didn't think so. First one at least does. I'll take that. As he'll just come flying in, dive bomb, big great sword in hand as he swings, hits the first one, and then staggers on the second and doesn't get it.
All right, Siren has had her turn. Kit's had her turn. It's this guy in, but as the top of round happens, Meatball, full of curiosity at all the combat and commotion and not treasure hunting happening, swings around this way, still kind of covering one eye with a tentacle, to sort of still feign somehow his utter defeat. Gazes through the door and then says, "Oh wow, he's ugly." To which the Nihiloi looks at Meatball and says, "What are you?" "I don't know." As one of the tentacles goes beneath one of the beneath the, what do you call it? Beneath the bedroll, it comes out wrapped around a bunch of bottles. "Hey, want to see my treats?" And it will then lob them at the Nihiloi as a shower of bottles comes down.
Meatball, you could have told us earlier that it was gonna be this.
You didn't ask.
You said it was treasure. This
I
is
thought it
not
was treasure. I've never looked inside. I wasn't allowed to look inside. I'd die if I did that. We went over this. Did we?
We did, Meatball. You're absolutely vindicated. Please continue throwing items at the shadow thing.
A rain of bottles comes down, splashing, hitting all of you, everybody around the Nihiloi specifically. As a rain of bottles hits you in the back of the head, across the thigh, shattering on the ground, hitting the Nihiloi, as a rain of potions of cure moderate wounds shatter around it.
Oh shit!
After he said throwing items, I'm now imagining a gag, like an animation gag, where he starts throwing bottles and then it turns into boxes and apples and random objects, and then he throws Doku
Mhm.
and then throws something else. And
Throws Doku.
As
It's a little Easter egg.
yeah, it's like like
Yeah.
Faust in Guilty Gear.
yeah,
Random bullshit go.
Random bullshit go. As a shower of bottles crashes around, blasting or showering in red potion mix, both healing and harming, because it is suffused with positive energy. Healing everybody within 10 feet, so everybody adjacent to it at the moment, for 28 points of damage, and harming the Nihiloi for 28 points of damage. As the rain of potions comes down and splatters him, and you see him steam across his shadowy flesh. You creature. How dare you? It's like, oh, I dare. It says, these guys are really nice. You're a dick. And then the Nihiloi, not happy, will then Karya and wait, actually, right, it's 5 by 5. Yeah, Karya, Siren, and Kanabos need to make me reflex saving throws, and then will saving throws.
Oh,
What's
that's
that?
Is he
Another
casting a
Shadow of
spell?
Fury.
He's casting a spell.
Okay. I hope he casts defensively.
He did.
Because if he doesn't, I'm
'cause
gonna punch him in the dick.
He did.
watch it be. We're like, oh, is it fireball? Oh, it's lightning bolt, and it's actually like finger of death or something.
Yeah,
Tentacle
actually,
of
see,
death.
does it provoke?
Finger of Death is like 9th level, or actually no, like 7th or 8th. It's pretty fucking.
I don't know how old Meatball is. He could be 12th level for all I know.
Oh no, it's
Well,
not coming.
Vair passed
It's not
both
coming
of
from
those
Meatball.
tonic. Oh wait, Vair
Huh.
didn't need to make the roll. Well, I still
Oh,
made the
the
roll.
Nihiloi. Oh, never mind.
Does it still? Hey, is he doing it defensively or does it provoke?
He's doing it defensively, and he rolled like a 29. He made it.
Okay.
That's not what I was expecting for my rolls.
Let's see. Okay, Kanabos succeeds on both, so this will be reduced by to 1/5 and then 1/2. Karya succeeds halving it, and then failing the will, so it's not 1/5, it's only half. Siren succeeds on the reflex, fails on the will, and Vair succeeds on both, bringing it down to a 10th in total.
I actually realized you didn't even ask Vair for the save. I don't think he was even
Yeah.
supposed to make it.
I
I'm
mean, I
just
could
so
if I
used
want to be
doing
really
it.
mean. But no, yeah, no, he's fine. Mallory doesn't need to. Mallory is fine. Meatball, on the other hand, gets a nat 1 on his reflex.
Oh,
What about his will?
Good point. He rolls a 2.
Hmm.
He's not.
Okay,
He doesn't.
Meatball.
He's got a negative wisdom score.
Okay.
If you failed this on, if you died, you can just cry.
I was hoping he would be a willful pile of mush.
Unfortunately, not. He's got low wisdom due to going insane.
That's fair.
Right.
I will
It would be funny if
remember
Meatball
you.
whipped out the power word kill. This would be 26 points of lightning damage, reduced to a 10th, so 3 for anybody that's succeeded both saves. Half to 13 that succeeded the reflex, and like 5 for those that succeeded only the will. So in total, that is Kanabos takes 3 damage, 3 lightning damage, which I think is annulled by him being an Asimar.
Yep.
Karya takes 13 points of lightning damage. Siren takes 13 points of lightning damage. And Meatball takes the full 26.
Was Flick hit or no?
No.
No, it was just us.
Okay.
Meatball, no.
As a large scorch mark is burned between Meatball's eyes. You see smoke rising from his half-flared nostrils. Yeah, he shudders from where he's hanging from the ceiling. Flick, it's your turn.
Okay.
Are you a bad enough dude to kill the Nihiloi? Reflex
Am
saving
I?
throw.
Here we go.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, can I have that, please? Actually,
Oh,
I did
God.
these books for once.
No fear.
That's
No
halved.
fear in this man's eyes.
Do
as he
you
walks,
actually?
as he,
I don't suppose you have evasion, do you? I believe actually.
as a swashbuckler.
As a swashbuckler. I know they get it eventually. You get 11th level. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 11th level. I'm not there yet.
That's usually where a lot of classes get evasion, if I remember correctly. Only Rogue gets it earlier. Right.
And
So,
well, still it's halved.
for 8 points of bludgeoning damage as you draw close.
All right. Yeah, Flick at first brings one arm up to his face to try and mitigate at least some of the she's trying to mitigate some of the damage to his face. But he brings up his blade arm, and actually, I would like to declare. I think I still have my swift action. I think I would like to actually. Wait, is it a swift action to declare that you double precision damage, or is it just
Yes, you declare it before the attack, and it is a swift action. I believe.
Okay? Yes, I should.
Always.
Oh, also remember your flanking flick.
Yes.
As a swift action, yes. And you can spend 1 panache point to double your precise strikes damage.
I think I will do that as long as this hits.
Go for it.
If the fates will be kind.
Oh.
24 with luck,
24.
I think.
No, 24 with the luck. Yes, that will hit. As you
All right.
you mantle over the dodging past the tendrils, come in close and jab it.
And yes, I shall spend a panache point to double that. Or to double the precision damage, which is 8, so that'd be a plus 16.
Oh boy.
A mighty jab.
There's an extra 16 on top of that 7?
Yes.
Okay, so a total of 23. You drive your sword home. And it hurts. It hurts bad. This thing is on its last legs.
As a precaution, if nobody else is able to do damage, I will bane it as well.
Well, okay.
Just
Then.
in case. Got to be careful.
Okay. Mark, your turn.
All right. Still thrown beneath him. Well, I guess I can stand up, right? Question mark.
I believe that provokes an attack of opportunity.
It does, yeah. I'll take it.
Okay, you use your move action, you stand. He takes an attack of opportunity.
You do have that plus 2 to AC from my aura, so hopefully.
Gets a +4 on the attack as you're rising up for a total of 29. 15 slashing and
Yeah,
3
that-
cold.
That does do it. Okay.
Stay down.
Don't threaten my mother. And I'm going to use the lamplighter feature to cast Searing Light as I reach out. It's going to be a touch attack.
Okay. You have to beat at 18. That hits.
That does beat it. Okay, now Searing Light.
Yes, Searing
I
Light.
just had it open. There. Focusing divine power like a ray of the sun. Project a blast of light from your palm. You must succeed on a ranged touch attack. Now, a creature struck by this ray of light takes 1d8 points of damage per 2 caster levels. Here's what's important. It now specifies, however, if it's an undead, it takes increased damage. If it's an undead creature vulnerable to sunlight, it takes even more damage. I highly doubt the Nihil is undead, but would you consider this to be somewhat applicable here? It's okay if not. Just asking.
This is what, well, that makes sense to me at the very least because it was
One
hurt by
moment.
positive energy.
One moment. It's not undead. And if I was going to go rules as written, it is that's the first criteria for its damage dice to start increasing.
Yep. That's fair.
And then it's undead that are vulnerable to light, so shadows, for instance. You are correct. The Nihiloi is not undead. It is an outsider and an elemental.
Yep.
However, considering everything that Vark has been through, and the moment we're currently having, I won't allow it to get the D8 dice, but I will allow the 1d6 per level.
Okay.
So I believe that is 8d6.
Indeed.
Fuck him up, funny man.
No, I almost rolled 8d65. That would have been
That would have been.
problematic.
That might have also just crashed the roll 20 at some point.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
No, actually, we've done 10,000 rolls before, so eh. But then again, it's been especially temperamental recently.
It's actually untyped damage. I didn't expect that.
Is it untyped?
It just says damage.
Points of damage per 2? Yeah. No, it's not. It is divine. I would consider that positive. Same way as like disrupt undead is considered positive.
As Vark quite literally grabs him by, I guess, he's not very close per se, so I guess the throat. He pulls him in and then plants the palm of his hand straight onto his face and then lets loose the blast. as once again, whenever he activates this feature, the sigils at the core of his chest glow brighter until it almost threatens to consume his, the shadowy form of his whole body, and then the sigils lining his arms begin lighting up in sequence as if the energy traveled through them before being expelled from the hand.
Hell
Vark
yeah.
is an interesting individual. What would you say the expression on his face is at the moment?
Hmm. Mm,
We know he's an adrenaline junkie, but we also know he's got a lot of rage to share with this guy.
yeah. There's definitely rage there. Um, that's that those furrowed brows, that twitching, almost snarl of his lips as he shouts. But there's also the whole raw anger is tempered by determination, by um his adoration for Lydia. This thing threatened not only him but her, and that's what fueled him to do this. That's what fueled him to react in this fashion. It's wanting to protect her more so than just wanting to harm this thing.
Everybody watches. As Vark rises, he takes a nasty claw swipe across his body that leaves vivid red blood splattered across the ground, joining the already many splatters from previous injuries shared by all present. He grabs the Nihiloi. He brings his palm up. The tattoos, the sigils on his body light up in sequence. Power, inner light in a creature previously made of nothing but shadow stuff gathers and channels through his body, and more than just the runes on his body lighting up. He is encased by a momentary shell of light, and it has shape. Over the lithe body of Vark, over his look of determination and anger and protectiveness, there is a silhouette. A young woman with long brown hair tied in a long braid behind her, whipping in a wind that isn't there. Robes flapping in a gale, hand outstretched, and a face twisted in defiant, triumphant grins. In a defiant, triumphant grin superimposes itself over Vark. For a moment, a young spitting image of the woman you saw in the portrait in the tower overlays Vark. As a blast of light rips through the Nihil, more than just punching a hole in its chest, the shadow stuff it's made of is pulled with it, ripped away like an undertow, pulling the semi-fluid, viscous creature with it as it attempts to reconstitute itself, but instead is dissipated, seared, blasted, and blown to pieces and little shadowy particles. You see the particles hanging in the air, attempting to do something. They waver, they float, they bob this and way that. Some try to seemingly move towards the altar in the middle, and some succeed, weakly floating over. Others dissipate, falling and turning to nothing. Once more returning to the darkness around you. Once more, simply just shadow. As the Nihiloi is incinerated by Vark and Lydia's inner light. Thus concludes combat.
Take temper Tyrannus,
Ah.
you dickhead.
I am so glad Vark did that because I've been trying to cast that, but I haven't had the opportunity because I just didn't want people to die.
Oh, thank you for the heal.
Back
I
down
would
to
have
the
picked it otherwise.
Thank you for the inner light.
back down to hagfish with the big ugly bastard.
You doing okay, meatball?
All I can smell is ozone.
Yes, a very unfortunate circumstance.
You see,
Yeah, so
you see Meatball sneeze and soot comes out.
Oh, meatball.
Oh, meatball! Laugh track, please.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Bow.
That's an episode.
So, you are left now in a quiet, shadowed chamber, dimly lit. It's midnight on a Sunday night. We will end out in a minute. But I would feel a little bit empty at finishing just yet. Is there anything, now that the Nihiloi is destroyed, that you would feel especially pressing to do?
I have been wondering, like, because everything that was upstairs is very mismatched with everything that's downstairs, like down here. Like, does the walls and like the building materials down here look as old as the stuff upstairs, as if it were like actually part of the same structure?
This portion,
Or does this look
yes.
extra?
All that cave,
Okay.
all that cave carved out there, like where Meatball is, that's way more recent. That's like, you can tell it's destroyed masonry. It's carved out of what was once carefully constructed walls. Outside, all that cave work is demolition. In here is whatever is left of the basement of the crypt that was once here.
Oh, this was unexpected.
So, anything before we close out that people would want to do?
After that exertion, just slumps onto one knee again, reeling from the strain of what he just did and what he had just gone through. And he's holding on to Flick for support.
yeah, Flick will hoist him up and drape one of his arms across his shoulders.
Siren's gonna do her last. Once everyone's closer, she's gonna do her last burst of healing with bags under her eyes and pieces of hair strands coming out of her ponytail, and she's hunched over. And instead of it being like a usual slam of the staff on the ground and this beautiful burst of light, it's more of like a puh of her last
Just a
healing. Puh. Like a toot, like a fart.
and with that,
Can you get one baby rub?
12 HP.
Baby.
Baby. So,
Another 12 HP.
all you are left with is an empty throne, an altar, and now that you are here in the center of the room and no longer distracted, you do see a doorway over this way.
Oh, good. So they just built a crypt and then also put the treasures behind it. Vark, I'm just going to let you know. I'm beginning to have major prejudices against your people.
I don't
You don't
blame you.
want Oh. And I would love to check out that room and the surrounding room and figure out more about this. And I've got a lot of questions, but that'll probably take a while. So let's
It'll probably
I'll
be
save
next
that
time.
for next week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, nudge, nudge, altar.
Yes, that is.
Yes, that was
Adventure.
specifically what I
That
was
is the
going to
thing
look at.
directly in front of you.
Is
Yeah,
it
that was the
or a
thing that I
coffee?
was specifically going to look at, but that's going to take, from what I suspect, quite a long time.
Oh, actually, no. I can make this rather quick. I'm just
I'm
waiting for
checking
somebody
the
to say.
altar with my well.
Yeah, I was gonna wait until somebody said that they're gonna look at the altar. Nobody has said that.
I was going to save it for next time, but if you can make it quick, I'm fine with that.
I can make it
Yeah,
very quick.
same here actually.
For those throwing a glance at the altar, with comprehend language is probably nearing the end of its effect, but still there. You see words dance to life across the altar, projecting themselves and making themselves legible. It is more of that sort of like layered writing. There's the what we would assume were the first carvings, the older stuff, very beautifully engraved. Speaking of honoring the dead, those that sacrificed, our most honored heroes, and our most honored leader. This is doubling, it seems, as a altar and a reliquary, where the remains of one of the greatest leaders of the fight against the empty resides. Newly inscribed, though, in a much rougher kind of carving, like somebody took a chisel to this fine piece of stonework, are more of those Eldwild sigils. And these ones you recognize. These are the same sigils that were carved upon the great standing stones. The ones that previously floated high in the sky. They stand with the sigils for winter.
Break it.
Before you
Oh.
do that, are we sure that breaking it really causes it to stop?
No, but every other one that we've smashed does it. But if you can think of a more eloquent solution, by all means, I would rather
No,
preserve as much of
no,
it as
that's the
we can.
easiest solution. I have no qualms with it. I just don't want us to mess anything up.
This is true. Well, you're the one who understands magic and such, I think. Actually, no, it was Chico. And actually, it's you, Vark, but you have blood in your face.
Man, I'm surrounded by all these really smart people.
I mean, my intelligence also isn't that bad, so
Yes.
yeah, Harley.
That's why I said you, and Vark, and Chico. And actually me. I have a plus 14 to Arcana, or Spellcraft.
All right.
Karya goes, I don't understand magic.
What I take
I'm a
it this
big
would be
man.
I take it this would be an Arcana check.
Sure.
Okay. And with burst of insight.
Well, okay.
Yep.
You would have to get up onto the altar there, next to it. So I'm just going to move you
I would
right
like
there.
to assist with this. I would like
Sure.
to assist with that roll, but I cannot roll it.
Well, okay, I'll do that for you. Why don't I?
Thank you, thank you.
Here you go.
Also, you don't have a plus 14 to Arcana. You have a plus 4.
Oh, what am I thinking? What the fuck? Wait a minute.
Nobility.
Spellcraft?
A plus 14 to yes, you have a plus 14 spellcraft. Your only knowledge skill that you have plus 14 in is nobility.
Yeah, I'm trying to be noble.
Yeah, you're trying to be noble. You're actually quite studious in it. Showing us. Okay, yeah, 24 for Kari on a spellcraft and 33 for Kanabos on the Arcana.
Perfect.
So yes, looking at this, Karia, this is a tether of sorts, an anchor. Kanabos, you come to much the same conclusion. Karia, you operate off of previous precedent, whereas Kanabos, you're working off of what you saw on those Staley stones. This acts as a perverse sort of anchor for effectively, these runes carved here mark a location for the stones high in the sky to hover over. Effectively keeping them in place in that section of the sky and making that wind tunnel that funnels the winter down here. If you cut this, if you break this, if you disrupt the enchantment, it will cause the stones to fall and push the winter further back. If you want to disrupt the enchantment, however, that is going to be difficult. This is, unfortunately, rather powerful spellcraft, and I don't believe you have a spell that you can use to dispel it. Nor do you have the ritual materials that you would otherwise need to do so.
Not even like just dispel magic.
I don't believe he has dispel magic.
I do.
You
I
do?
think, yeah, I was going to say, I think other people do.
I have it prepared.
Well, how about that?
So we can break it and it will stop it, or we can just disable it like this.
You could break the altar, and that would absolutely disrupt it, but also break a reliquary to an ancient hero.
Yeah, I'd rather not do that. Let's dispel magic. Let's try that.
Yeah, hold on.
I also think Chaiko has it.
She does not. I actually double
Really?
checked.
Oh,
I
she
double
has
I
attack.
double checked because otherwise I might have had her dispel the darkness.
Aha.
That's a strange spell. I didn't expect Track to actually have that.
Siren's gonna place her hands open palmed on this reliquary, and with closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, kind of like rob it of its magical influence, I
Mhm.
guess, in a way.
The idea is that
Dispersing the magic.
it's an impulse of magic that causes the magic present to lose its grip and disperse into the surroundings. So you're basically unanchoring it. In this case, I need you to roll me a caster check. So this is 1d20 plus your caster level.
Okay.
For a 17.
17.
So that works for... Plus the spell's caster level. Unfortunately, it does not succeed. The magic is firmly in place. This is clearly well crafted, and despite the crudeness of the carvings, powerful. It's going to take a little more than that.
It's firmly anchored. I need more. I need some motivation or something. Perhaps I'm just too tired.
You could.
Am I able to continuously try again?
Yes, so long
As
as
long
you
as I
have
have
spell
spell
slots.
slots?
Yes.
Let me mark off and see how many slots I have left. Yeah, it's a third level spell. Right. Oh, I have... Wait, huh? Wait, hold on. Oh, I used prayer, so that's off. And I used dispel magic. Right, so I have 4 left. This time, she's gonna do it again, but this time she is going to close her eyes, and instead of emptying her mind, she's going to envision Karya with long flowing hair on a mountain with like wind blowing through his hair, and he's standing up valiantly.
Okay, let's see if this distracts you or helps.
Oh, I need to.
1d20 plus 8. For 19.
It's a little better. A 19? Yeah, 19. Was that enough?
Siren, why is your
Plus
nose
1
bleeding?
from prayer. 20.
No.
Damn it.
Siren, why is your nose bleeding? Just Siren thinking of Kari.
Shh, I'm concentrating.
It's a caster level. Unfortunately, no, that will not succeed.
Damn it!
Yeah, a
So
little
how
dribble
about-
of blood coming out of your nose. That was a little... is better, and that gave you the motivation. But somehow, you're feeling kind of flushed, even with how cold you were after all that dark energy.
Cannabis, and she turns to him. Slap me.
Wait, what?
Just do it.
Uh,
Slap some sense into me.
How hard?
As hard as you can.
Okay, I'm gonna essentially bitch slap
Karya,
you.
punch me. Whoa, bam.
I'm just
She
gonna
would
bitch
probably
slap-
die, actually. She'd probably pass out. Right.
What's your strength modifier, Kanabos?
+3.
4 non-lethal damage to Siren.
Okay. I'll mark that down.
Var is going to lay a hand on. I mean, you say it's an altar, right? I
Mhm.
almost think of it like a sarcophagus almost.
Yeah, it's a reliquary. It holds the remnants of an old hero. So,
Oh.
yeah, in a way it is.
I'm. Varg isn't really religious. You know, he's a man of science, and in a way, the science of magic, quote unquote. But infused with that strange feeling he had since battle ended, he's just going to lean against the altar, the reliquary, and attempt to call out to whoever is interred here.
You want me to call to? You want me to talk to him or something?
You might have a hard time with that. Reliquaries don't tend to have very complete bodies.
I don't know.
I will say...
Siren is staring at Vark with a red palm print on her face.
Vark, roll me a d100.
Oh boy.
Can we just say it was 8 more? Okay.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Get
Don't jinx it.
Yeah, whatever you do, don't.
Just 4. Just 4.
Nice.
This will be the roll to end of the night. It will cap off at about the hour. We'll have our 4 hours that we usually do. Try to keep you up this late on a Sunday, guys. Promise it'll be ending soon. Okay. Hey, Siren, blow on this die real quick. Okay. 19!
Oh,
all right.
You call out, or you pray, you call out, you extend your wishes to a god, an angel, whatever's in this reliquary, anything maybe that will listen. And something listens. As you lean against this altar and you focus, and you watch everybody once more as Vark is enveloped in that silhouette of Lydia when she was in her prime, as 19 plus her caster level proceeds to blow the magic straight off the altar in a shower of blue sparks that patters against the throne and the wall behind it.
Oh,
And
well, that solved the
as
problem.
the boom of magic dispelling happens, you swear as the echo dies, you hear laughter.
Like silly laughter? Like hee hee ha ha laughter?
Triumphant. A woman laughing triumphant.
Rocky, smug laughter.
Oh.
Smug, wizardly laughter.
Siren, still with the red palm print on her face, says, "Oh, I wish I would have thought of that."
You also watch. Oh God, yes, Senor de Desperado. What are you saying? You want something bad enough? Man, I should have done that. Then again, maybe if you had rolled a 69, who knows? Anyway, no, you didn't roll low enough to summon a devil. That said, it did. Lydia is proving once more who needs gods.
When you have a hoochie mama.
Yeah. You see as a thin pall of darkness lifts off the altar, and you also see as the darkness begins to peel out of the masonry. And quiet, as the echo dies, reigns for a solid minute. And then the earth begins to tremble as from above the ceiling shakes, dust dislodges, bones rattle and hit the ground from the shelves and the coffins to the side as you feel boom, 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 boom.
The stones crashing to the ground now.
And with the second set of hinge stones now disabled, that is where we're going to leave the session.
Alright.
Very good.
Oh,
We can worry about loot and getting the hell out of here and getting home next weekend. And we'll next weekend, we'll cover the last little bits of this, the trip back to Strasbourg, and then the festival and the acquisition of the boat. And I think that will be a good place for then Peppy to depart. As regrettable as it is, we must face the reality.
I'm just gonna be gone for like maybe a few months, like 2 months maybe.
oh, that's 8 whole sessions, and I want to talk to Kanobos about how his brother died.
Well, you got a couple sessions to do that potentially. Yes, you can ask him invasive questions on your way back home while he literally has nowhere else to go but the snowy tundra.
Yes.
Anyway, thank you guys very much for playing. And those who stayed, and those who didn't, take care. Thank you for sticking around this late on a Sunday, and I'll see you next time.
Of course. Thank you for running.
Always a
Likewise, it was
pleasure.
good one.
Always, always.
Thank
All
you
right.
for the session.
Sorry. Before we all go, sorry,
Baby.
You know what? I'll just message you. Annie's kicking me in my face.
Creature of destruction. Yes, you can go ahead and let me know what you need to talk about at your leisure. For now, I'm going to go ahead and send us out.
Yeah,
Take care,
right.
everybody.
Ow.
All right.
Goodbye, princess.
Winky.